Let me unmute mine. Test one, test two. And you can hear me coming out over there? Test one, test two. Someone's on over here. That's okay, someone's on over here. Can you do me a favor? Can you talk in that so I can see who's coming? It's this one.
Which one do you want me talking to? Yours?
Microphone. I think I found it.
Oh, okay. Hello.
Talking again?
Yep, testing. 1, 2, 3. Did I come through?
I am hearing you through there.
Okay, good. Okay, good.
No, I need to see if it's coming out of there. One more time.
Sure,
Can you
of
talk?
course. Yeah, when I get up there, I'll talk.
Go ahead.
Hi, Penny. Can you hear me?
I'm still hearing you through there.
Okay, not through the screen? No, 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 no.
That worked yesterday.
Oh,
Motherfuckers. Sorry.
you're fine.
Okay, what am I gonna do?
Trying to make Penny mad.
No, 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 no. Who's first? Is Mr. Whitson first?
Yes. Oh, it's it. Get the questions?
I just have a question.
Yes, I just need to,
Alright.
Here, see if this is.
Hi,
Good morning.
good
How's the test?
morning. Oh,
how's the
perfect,
test
you're
working?
coming through. Yeah,
Good. Is my mic level set well?
you're good, you're good, thank
Okay.
you. All right,
right.
I'm gonna mute you for a minute. I'm just trying to work out some small issues.
No
Um,
problem.
Commissioner
your time.
Bellhumor is not gonna have a camera. And Rick, I just discovered that this morning, that laptop doesn't have a camera. So you want to see Commissioner Bellhumor, he can come over here and you can see him real quick though, if you want to see what he
Well,
looks like.
I've seen him before. I've watched a few commission meetings.
Okay, all right, so you know then.
Yeah, he looks better without his mask.
Yeah, we asked him to put the mask on. No. I'm teasing. Oh, all right, hold, I'm gonna mute you.
All right, that's fine.
No problem.
I'm just going to give this to everyone. This was Ken Parker had given this to each of the candidates.
Okay,
2 minutes to introduce themselves, 56 minutes of questions, and 2 minutes as a summary.
okay.
So I'll give this out to everyone.
All right, so do not, on your PCs in front of you, do not unmute them. You're gonna be talking through your regular computer or your regular microphone on the DS.
This is just, just a summary of what was going on. 2 minutes where they provide an opening statement, 56 minutes of questions from us, and then 2 minutes for a brief summary. So just so you're aware of what was happening.
All this stuff.
Good morning.
on, you're seasoned.
Right.
You're seasoned to cold weather.
Not anymore.
Not anymore, huh?
Good morning.
So there's one over there.
How are you doing today, sir? Oh, yeah, all day he spends wandering, like a stray dog or something. And, you know, I'm, postcard or this or that. Soon, but still got a month. I want to send a postcard to you.
I know. You don't have to.
He's definitely, he's hard. He called up.
But the thing is, he likes it.
That's all he does. He's talking.
Suppose that was something else.
Well, he was funny because he, I talked to dropping signs. It's really weird. He still got, he has control of the intercoastal and St. John's Water.
Morning, Rick.
That's all.
Yes,
But he's telling people. Oh, yeah. He, yeah, it's got 3 files out there. And everyone says he has a different package. It says G City. Yeah, he was different. It's all.
As a matter of fact, before I even got into this, when I was out there with Preserve Golf.
He's not even bad. Mhm.
Yeah. I just finished working off of that. It may be elevated, it's not sweaty.
It's all. Oh, and how you like this meeting, you're starting a huge group of.
Okay, Jane, do not unmute your PC.
Do
not.
You'll be talking through this.
Oh, I see.
10 minutes?
Right, and, that's it. Either Spain or Dutch.
Well, if he doesn't
The domain. So it's just putting back from your campaign. And he did like the Adam Morley video, same rating and everything. And he has no what's that, Bill?
Good morning,
How you
guys.
doing? His, latest video. How you doing?
Good morning.
I just.
Good morning.
Hopefully all the folks in the group, the voters will know it too.
hope so.
And my phone, I mean, then you can take my time.
Okay. Yeah.
I don't know if you know Ken Brian's gonna be for the special meeting. He
Okay.
talked to Drew about it. He's gonna call
Okay.
any vote. So, but Drew said you're
Okay.
familiar with
What is going on back there?
I don't know.
You ever see that one? The lady on the airplane, she just screams, for some reason she won't get off and she just starts screaming. Ay, 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 ay. Mhm.
5 minutes.
Huh.
They're trying to put the air conditioner in Lee's office.
Oh.
So they're working it out.
There's a small one in my closet too. So I think there's a breaker box in my closet too. There's a little one, but I don't know if it's the right one. Yes. Oh my God.
Good morning.
Thank you. That's what I want.
Yeah. 6:30. Yeah, yeah, if Jane's up at 5 o'clock, that means there's an evacuation progress. She's not willingly getting up at 5 o'clock. That means she's either moving out, but my garage is warmer, that's what found. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, yeah. If they're just moving, but if they have that on high. It's like, you gotta work on it twice as the new one right there on 100. I can wear a jacket. So I like to. As long as the cord like that.
Where do you want?
That's why Zoom is a real good way to show the cards. Right. But I can't come into the commission chamber for a meeting to pull off shorts. But trust me, if I could pull it off, I try. I sent everybody the new stuff from the White House. The CARES Act. What's going on?
Not much.
What's going on at the Civic Building?
She is doing A-okay.
At school, she in school?
Yeah.
Virtual or she?
No.
person?
Well, we went from teaching homeschool, she went back, I guess.
Like it?
She loves, she's very social, so.
I think a lot of kids are missing out on the social. media.
Well, that's why when we went to school, we did it. 5 kids, and then mom probably different day. We had a school.
Had a 5 person?
We all knew each other, mixed boys and girls, mixed grades, so we went together. Lunch, recess.
All good? Great idea.
Yeah.
No, don't unmute. Do not unmute. Whatever you do, talk through your microphone.
So now
Yes,
it's like
you
that,
are.
it's like regular grade, you know.
Rick, we might have to unmute you. We'll see when we get to you. Because of the way it's set up, but we'll see. Hopefully it all works.
Good morning, good morning.
Morning.
I know you got to take my temperature.
Yeah. Good.
So.
You passed for today.
No,
it's tomorrow.
But they expired. You have to keep the refrigerator. You can't just put them back in the fridge. So where we're at now is, Karen's got my number. So we're gonna send them 3 or 4 o'clock. Hey, how many people you want? Then you can get my bag. So, but there's only 7 of us, right? So it won't take that long. And how many customers?
So y'all are ready, ready to go, huh? Other than it being cold, it's going to be warm tomorrow. Or, yeah, Friday. You'll take it. Yes, I'm tired of the 3 days of winter already. By the way, I'm available to answer process questions throughout the day.
Machine. Liz is kind of cramped up for 5,000, so. She was fine. So, It's one of those, I can't get in my house.
Easier than cleaning.
Yeah.
And Ken, are you gonna want, are you going to want to, or during this big start?
Excuse me. You talking to me?
No, you, yeah.
Oh, okay, I didn't know who you were talking to.
I had it down, so I'm not acknowledging.
I'm sure it's great to see you. Good.
Now, is there, you want?
Use some historical and, okay, let me, see, when you're ready, Madam Chair.
No,
Yeah, this is good for this person. And then between.
all right.
This is, or is it-
So I'm streaming YouTube. I'm not streaming the Zoom because I didn't publish the Zoom meeting info because we're in a public setting, so we're meeting the requirements for the sunshine law. So only the candidates should be on Zoom.
so
Everyone
this
else
is
can
not-
attend or watch YouTube.
Okay, so there's no watching.
They can watch it on YouTube.
On YouTube, they-
Yes, it's streaming, and that's what I'm working on here. That's why I'm. Okay. I'm going to unmute Mr. Whitson. Maybe. Okay, I'll ask him to unmute.
Yeah, I'm sorry, my mouse wasn't working. Got it.
It's okay. It's okay. You can hear me fine, correct?
Yes, ma'am. Can you all hear me okay?
Yes. Would each one of you turn on your microphone and test to see that he can hear you? Say your name.
Test, Linda.
Ken. Rick.
Jane.
Eric.
Debbie.
Did you hear all them, Mr. Whitson?
Yes, ma'am.
Perfect. Okay. Open the DCR. And ready whenever you are, Jane.
Okay, this is a workshop meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. It is Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021 at 9 o'clock. And we will continue until all items are complete. The purpose of today's workshop meeting is to interview 4 candidates for the position of city manager, City of Flagler Beach. And I'll ask the mayor to lead us in the pledge, please. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Mr. Parker has been helping us through this whole process. Excited that we got to this place today.
It's
And
been an exciting journey, and
Yeah.
I've enjoyed the journey. I hope you've enjoyed it.
yes,
Okay, as you know, there are now 4 candidates that you will be interviewing for today. And we've adjusted the schedule. Thank you, Liz, for making that adjustment. And so with that, your first candidate is William Whitson. And so he is online, and ready to go.
Yeah, he got to watch all our antics for the first 15 minutes. Get to know us who we really are.
Yeah.
All right, we have our whole commission is here. You got to see who we all are. You get to see who we all are. We're going to start with 2 minutes where you can kind of introduce yourself overall to us. Then each of us has 2 or 3 questions. We'll go in a rotating manner. And then at the end, you can summarize why you want to work here. Okay?
Okay. Right.
Okay, so tell us who you are.
All right. Well, good morning to everyone. I want to thank you for the honor and privilege of being considered for the position of city manager of Flagler Beach. There's an old song by Bruce Springsteen that says, I was born in a small town and raised in a small town. Well, that's me. I really come from that place. My family has a very, very long history of public service. I had an uncle who was a county judge. I had another uncle who was a superintendent. I had another uncle who served as a county extension agent in Green Cove Springs, not far from you. And my mother served as a school teacher for over 35 years. So we're very passionate about public service. It's kind of the cloth I'm cut out of. It's where I come from. My wife is a former school teacher, Becky, and we've been married 41 years. And we have 3 great children and 5 amazing grandchildren. I just love them to death, and we're having a great time with them. I went to school in Pensacola, Florida, received my undergraduate and graduate degree there. And I actually started out as a music major there at the university, but my talent level, my passion for music far exceeded my talent level, let's put it that way. So I kind of switched majors and went into public administration. I was nominated by the university for the Presidential Management Intern Program. I went on to Washington, D.C., where I spent the first 10 years of my career as a GS employee. I learned about contracts, management, interlocal agreements, grants, all of these kinds of legislative affairs and things like that. And then I went back into my first love, which was local government. And I also have done a lot of management consulting. You have my resume, you've seen the experience and the positions that I've held. I feel like I bring a lot of unique qualities, experience to the table that will be of great help to the city of Flagler Beach. So I'm very excited about today and be glad to answer any of your questions.
Okay, so we are starting off with Commissioner Cooley. You would like to ask your first question?
All right, good morning, Mr. Whitson. How are you?
I'm doing well.
All right, so first question, this is a 2-part question. Based on your education, experience, and background, what do you consider to be your strong points? And then the second part is, what do you consider, based on your education, experience, background, what are your weaknesses?
Okay. My strong point is my experience. There's just not a whole lot that's going to flap me or get me upset or turned around or surprise me. I've seen a lot, done a lot, and I think that I have, the quality of strength and steadiness, dependability, and I think that you all will, in time, if I'm so privileged to get the position, would find me to be somebody you could rely on. So I think, given all of my experience, all my education, all my training, all the different positions that I've held and things that I've done, I think those are the things from my perspective that leap out. As far as weaknesses are concerned, I've learned that I'm a pretty poor reader of my own documents. After I've read them 5 or 6 times, I'm sitting there drafting them and I'm going to miss some things. So I've learned to let other people take a look at it if it's really, really an important document. And I also admittedly can be very, very passionate about the work that I do. I feel strongly about getting things done and pleasing the community and the council, and I get sometimes too focused on that. And this last experience with the Hurricane Harvey recovery operations out in Texas has taught me a lot of patience because there were things we wanted to do and do them quicker, but we just couldn't because the state or the federal government were not in a position to provide us with the resources. So I've had to kind of slow my roll a little bit, and I got some more gray hair, and I think that's helped me overcome some of my weaknesses of impatience and things like that.
And if y'all are okay, I'd like to just elaborate on the.
All right, just
experience.
remember, we only have 56 minutes for all these questions.
So during the hurricane, what specifically were some of the major challenges that tested the patients and were really pain points? If you could just take us through a quick one on that.
Yeah. Okay. One example is that the courthouse was destroyed. We have a video of the wind and the rain blowing through the hallways. It just broke my heart. And out there, they have an elected judge who is the person I work for that's responsible for all of these things in the county. And I mean, we want to put that courthouse back in the worst way, but it has been such a long uphill battle because there was a gap, there was a hole between the insurance level that they had to coverage, the FEMA grant that came, and we negotiated the best one we could. We didn't go with a regular PA, we went with a 428, and I could get into those details later, but it still wasn't enough money, and there was a big hole in the bucket, and we had to go out for local bonds, and it has been just a real challenge to communicate to the public why there was a need to replace the facility. And that's just one example of probably several that I could share with you. Does that answer your question?
Yes, it does. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Let's move on to the next question. What are your long-term goals and short-term goals? And how does this position in particular fit into your goals?
Yeah, my long-term goal is to return to Florida. I've always had sand in my shoes. I'm a Florida person from the Panhandle area, and I love the state. I spent many happy years in your area working in Port Orange. So my long-term goal is to kind of reposition my family there where I'm familiar and care a lot about the state and want to come back. As far as my short-term goals, it'd be great to be part of your team. And I think that I bring a lot of, energy and passion and experience. And I would love to be part of the group. You have a centennial coming up you were founded in 1925. And a couple of people that I've asked have said that there's no centennial committee yet. Centennial is a big deal. So I'd love to get a hold of that and work with you and be part of that on the short term. I think that would be really a lot of fun.
All right, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Any other questions that y'all had follow up?
Well, I think we just need to move through the questions, okay? Linda?
Hi,
Mayor?
good morning. Can you hear
Good
me
morning.
okay?
Yes, ma'am.
How would you put together a strategic plan, including key priorities?
Well, the strategic plan begins with a vision, and it really starts at the top with you. I think that some communities, in fact, I'm actually engaged as a consultant right now for the city of Miami Lakes. And the process we're going through is there's going to be a citizen survey where they're going to ask them a lot of questions about the existing strategic plan and about what they want to do and where they want to go. Then there's going to be the same conversation with the elected leaders and the staff. And then we're going to organize an agenda to walk through a SWOT analysis the strengths, weaknesses, effort that you typically go through, where you assess yourself and figure out, okay, what is it that we do well and what is it that we don't do well, and what are the barriers between us and our goals. So those are the kinds of things that you would work through as a team. I've done those things in numerous communities and with numerous teams. And in fact, I just love that kind of process. Strategic plans are very, very important. Communities that do better, communities that do well, they know who they are and they know where they want to go. And that process of defining that is worth the energy and effort. And I really believe in it. And that's kind of how I would approach it. I would ask the citizens, I would ask the elected officials, I would have a lot of dialogue. I'd probably have outside facilitators come in and help us do that assessment and that analysis, write it down, refine it, work it through, and then break it up into measurable pieces, because the best visions are ones that you can move towards gradually. And that's always a positive thing. That whole process, I just love it.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, Debbie, Commissioner Phillips.
Good morning, William. My question.
Good morning.
Describe how you would keep citizens well informed about city issues and what procedures you use to make sure citizens' views and concerns are properly received and addressed.
I heard the first part of the question, Commissioner, but not the second part. Is about citizen information.
Is your microphone on? Yeah, it is.
Hold on. Oh geez, I'm sorry, my microphone was on. Let me do, it's a
okay.
two-part, it's a two-part question, so let me
Yes,
ask the
ma'am.
first part first.
I
Sorry about
think
that.
I got it, but go ahead. I'd like to
Okay.
hear it again, please.
Describe how you would keep citizens well informed about city issues.
Okay.
And what, go ahead.
All right. Well, let me tackle that part first. Okay.
Okay.
I definitely believe in keeping the transparency going. You know, that's a lot easier actually today than it used to be. It used to be that, you know, there were 2 or 3 people that would come to your meetings and they would just spread information around town and things like that. Now you have Facebook, Twitter, you know, the YouTube. I mean, there's lots of ways to get your messages out. And I usually organize the departments to put out kind of a weekly progress report. We could talk to your commission and see if you wanted it out every 2 weeks or every month or week. I mean, whatever your feeling is about the information level that the community would like to have. And I usually kind of put that report together to let people know the key projects that we're working on and where we are with that. Say, for example, if you had a major grant, you know, where are you against that process? And we could keep that out there on a regular basis, put it on the website, maybe update people at the commission meetings, things like that. I've also a big fan of something that I learned while I was in Port Orange, and that's mobile city halls. Instead of asking the citizens to come to you all the time, now the pandemic, okay, that's a different situation, but let's just say non-pandemic, we could go out on a Saturday and organize a city hall meeting out there where people get to come and maybe see the fire truck and ask questions, and we have coffee and donuts. So you go to the people instead of having them come to you. Those are some of the things that I've done before and would love to see do.
Okay, thank you. You did answer what procedures would you use to make sure citizens' views and concerns are properly received and addressed, so.
Yeah, I have an open door policy, and that not only goes for the staff, but it goes for any commissioner and any citizen. If I'm not in the middle of something in a meeting and a citizen wants to come and talk with me, oh, you know, I'm fine with that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bryan.
Good morning, sir. It's Ken Bryan.
Good morning, Ken.
How are you doing today?
Doing well.
Good, good. My question is, what approach do you use with staff to achieve a harmonious, excuse me, and productive atmosphere?
Well, I talk to them a lot. I get out of my office. I have a habit on Fridays of just wandering around, going to their work site instead of them always coming to mine. I have a lot of staff meetings. Like I say, I put out a lot of notes. One thing that I did in Hapeville is I had this meeting summary of the agenda that the council had gone through. And I said, okay, all right, they decided to do this, and I need the police chief to do this, or I need the finance director to do this. And that memo was put out for everybody to see, commission, the public, whoever. And then I would have staff meetings and we would talk about it. So there's an atmosphere of openness, trust, and accountability that needs to be built so that, it's normal to achieve. It's normal to succeed. That's the kind of environment you need to build as a manager. I want to know what my department heads are thinking, because it's my job to help them do their job. If they succeed, then I succeed. And if I succeed, you succeed, and the citizens succeed. So that's how I try to work on that.
That's a very good answer, because it sounds like you took my leadership and management course when I was teaching. And one of the philosophies that I had was management by walking around.
Yep.
Thank you very much.
It works.
It does.
Okay, Debbie?
Back to me. As you know, we're a beach community and part of our daily life is tourism. Could you describe any experiences you may have had in developing and recommending policies related to tourism and its role in economic development?
Sure. Probably a lot of them, but let me just kind of focus a little bit on Port Orange. When we were there, a lot of tourism was, getting people to come out to events and staying in your hotels and eating in your restaurants and things like that. And, we have this little thing called Bike Week down there. And it kind of got rowdy. And so we had to engage with the chamber. And I was tasked with working with that group and with the businesses to try to come up with some policies about muffler loudness and, different things like that, impact the quality of the experience. So it's always a balance between what you're trying to achieve and the folks that show up and want to have a good time. So that was one experience that I got involved in that taught me a lot about how you talk to people, how you work with them. Everybody has these competing interests sometimes, and you just have to listen carefully and work through it till you reach a good result. Hope that answered your question.
Debbie, do you want to emphasize the second part of that question? I think that kind of went.
Oh, and okay. Let me repeat the question. Describe any experiences you may have had in developing and recommending policies related to tourism. And then the second part, and its role in economic development. Right.
Yeah. Again, tourism is the lifeblood of Florida, right? You got Disney World, you have all these, little races called the Daytona 500, things like that, and Bike Week, and my goodness, it just covers the waterfront. And economic development is driven by people. Of course, with the pandemic, that's really affected it, but pre-pandemic and post-pandemic, you want to encourage visitors. You want people to come. You want them to eat in your restaurants. You want them to enjoy the environment, and you have to make it safe. So you have to think ahead of what you would do if there was a large crowd and you had somebody who was offshore that needed assistance. If you had a large event like the 4th of July with fireworks and there was an accident, there was something going on that impeded that event. So you want to do all the planning on the safety and the security, but it needs to be invisible to the event, because it's the event that's going to drive those tourism dollars and have the big payoff for the local businesses. So it's a balance between taking care of the safety and the issues that are liabilities to the community and the city, but at the same time, you know, you have to make sure that you have the right environment, the right team. The one thing that I was impressed about with your staff is they seem to be very seasoned at the cycles that go through, again, given the pandemic, but the cycles that the tourism season goes through. There was a definite cycle when I was in Port Orange. It started with Bike Week. It rolled into the Daytona 500, and then Bike Week, and then the summer tourism season, and then Biketoberfest, and then we started all over again. So you have to know the pulse of the local community and plan for it and work with it and do what you can to promote it, but in a safe way.
Hey, can you still hear us? We lost some pictures here.
I can hear you.
I've got them all up over here.
Oh,
Debbie and
I'm just down, but I think he can hear me.
okay, as long as he can
Yes.
hear you.
Okay,
Good.
Okay, Ken, you're up.
all right, this is Ken Bryan, and I have it's a three-part question, so I'll read it to you. If you want me to repeat the other parts of it, I'll be happy to do that.
Okay.
Okay, what is the manager's role as compared to department roles in the following areas? And that's going to be in budget preparation, personnel department management, and then project administration. So the first one is budget preparation.
Okay. In the budget preparation, my job is to know what the council wants. My job as the manager is to know what the community wants, what's the vision, and to balance that with the resources that I understand are available. And I always go to the trouble of putting out a schedule and a guidance memorandum to tell the department heads, look, don't bother asking for a 15% increase, you know, this year for this item or that item. It's just, we don't have those funds. Or I hear that we need to be doing better in this way. So think about what you control. It is to give guidance to the department so that in the development, you actually get a budget package that is acceptable and doable and presentable. So that's on the budget role. Do you want me to go with project management next?
Personnel department management.
Oh, personnel and department management. Basically, I'm a manager of managers. I'm not supposed to get down and solve their personnel problems. I'm going to be aware of them, and I'm going to hold people accountable for standards of behavior that our organization would expect. But my job is to be a mentor and a help and an assistant and a support to my department heads and help them overcome problems and issues and give them the resources they need to be successful at the jobs and the tasks that they have been assigned.
Okay, and the last one is project administration.
Project administration. Well, my job as the manager is to troubleshoot, you know, to basically understand the project, to understand where the pitfalls may be and try to think strategically ahead of time and to avoid those if possible, and to work to solve problems when they do arise and come up, and be a facilitator and a helper and a partner in making the project work.
Okay,
That's
thank
how
you.
I view it.
All right.
Okay, thank you. We move on to Commissioner Bellion. Rick.
Good morning, Rick
Good
Bellion.
morning.
What methods of communication do you propose okay. What methods of communication do you propose be used to keep the mayor and city commission members well informed of city affairs?
Great question. every council commission has their own unique kind of style or way they want to do things. It's kind of an individual situation. I mean, there's some commissioners that like personal briefings and some that don't, some that are too busy. You know, for them, maybe email, telephone, things like that. I mean, each individual council member has some work, some don't. You know, and so some feel more comfortable with email, some don't. So I try to cater, if I can, to all the different styles. I've had councils tell me too much. Stop! You sending me too many emails. You know, you just have to try out and figure out how the commission likes the communication, what you want, and then it's my job to try to keep you fully informed. Managers who let their councils be surprised are poor managers. My goal, now I won't always be successful, but my goal would be to never have you surprised in the grocery store, right? So I want to try to do that through email, through personal briefings, through memos, through telephone calls, those kinds of things, and try to anticipate all I can issues that you may be questioned about or asked about. And it's never perfect. The manager may miss things from time to time, but the goal is to always keep you informed as best possible in multiple different ways.
Can I follow up on that? You answered a question earlier about sharing highlights on a weekly or bi-weekly basis. Is that something that you would propose doing?
Oh, yeah.
With the commission?
Yeah, if the commission would like that, if that's something you feel like would be helpful, I found it to be a good tool, a good technique. And I sent out the memos, you know, kind of, it was a combination of, okay, here's what happened at the council. And then here are some of the strategic goals you had assigned. And I kind of did a summary at the end.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay, Mayor Linda? Okay, hi.
Hi.
Can you relate experiences you have had in improving the productivity, efficiency, and service aspects of municipal government?
Sure. Let me tell you about one example in Hapeville, the last city that I was full-time manager of here in Georgia. The mayor told me two things before I came in. He said, number one, there's a lease on this cell tower we've been struggling with for the last 2 years. And the company that owns the cell tower lease made me mad because they refused to give us space on the tower to help our police department. So I want you to fix it. And then he said, and oh, by the way, all of the IT staff have now left and quit, and our all of our servers are about out of warranty. Have fun. So I went to work on that. And let me just tell you the two different processes that I worked on. With the cell tower lease, I engaged in those negotiations, and when it became clear that they were not going anywhere, because I had actually negotiated with that company in the past before it was an AT&T tower. I just basically got a new consultant and we changed companies. And we found a company that would build us a new cell tower, pay us for the cell tower, for the rights to have the cell tower there as a new revenue stream, and give us all the free service on the tower we wanted as long as it didn't interfere with their customers. And I said, sold. So we actually brought that deal back to the council, and it helped our bottom line over $300,000 plus over $100,000 a year in annual revenues. So that's how I solved that one. The other problem with the IT staff and the servers, I put together an RFP, or actually an RFQ, to qualify some consultants to put together a 5-year plan and to do a comprehensive assessment of our equipment, and then do a program lease where we leased the new equipment, replaced the old equipment, and we were able to upgrade all of the servers. We were able to contract out staff and had much better service than we did with the 1.5 persons that we had there that didn't know anything but break fix. I was looking for more systems engineers, right? And they brought all of that to the table. And in fact, there was one morning I got up and my phone was blowing up because some criminals had gone to the church, broke into all of the cars and were stealing things on Sunday at church. And my council was very upset and they wanted camera systems installed. Well, that would have been impossible had we have stuck with the old way. But since we had a contractor, we had newer equipment that was lease purchased, we were able to build an entire networked camera system for security into our server system and solve that problem as well.
Okay, thank you.
That answer your question?
All right, my turn. Commissioner Mealy, Jane. Are
Yes,
you
ma'am.
Bill or William?
My dad is Bill and I am William.
Okay.
I'm not trying to be formal. It's just how we sorted it out.
Okay, no, that's good. Okay, how do you view the relationship between the city and county administration and the commission?
Well,
And well, let me finish because just
Yes,
so you
ma'am.
can answer it all in one.
okay.
What should be the role of a city manager in such a relationship that would benefit the residents of the city?
Well, it's always an interesting relationship, right? There's always this tug of war, and especially with Flagler Beach because of the beach, right? You need the county's help. You need their resources. For example, this Army Corps of Engineers project you have going on in the beach renourishment and all of that. I mean, complicated federal grants. I mean, you need the county, right? But at the same time, you're responsible for that beach and that asset, and you want to manage it properly. So I view the manager's role is to finding the common ground. We know that there's tons of things we can argue and scrap about with the county. Pick one, right? But at the same time, there's also a lot of good things that can be done that can make you better, make the city better, make you more responsive to your citizens. Perfect example is the IT department. You're partnering right now with them to do a lot of the things that you need. So I view the manager's role is to find that common ground and to work through the challenges and communication difficulties and issues that kind of stick up and gum up that relationship, and make sure it's as fair as possible and articulate your priorities and your role and your preferences to the county and see if we can't work them out, see if we can't get them done.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Was that what you're looking for?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Rick, you're next.
My turn again. Rick Gallhammer again.
Yes, sir.
How do you plan to maximize a relationship with various state agencies and officials?
First of all, I used to be them. I was a former federal employee, right? And I interacted with the states all the time. Now I find it interesting being at the local level and interacting up through the state and the federal agencies. But I love it. I love getting to know them. They have a tough job. But at the end of the day, I've found that most state agencies will try to go out of their way to help you if they understand where you're coming from. They know that you're not going to be a compliance problem. You're not going to do things that embarrass them or cause them concern. They want to make sure that you award contracts to according to the rules and not to your cousin. Okay, that kind of stuff has no place, and that's what they worry about when they deal with local governments. So I found it very fruitful to get in there and network and to work with the state agencies. I just love doing it. I understand them. I understand their concerns, and I love working through that process with them. You can call up any of the state representatives over in Texas where I'm at, and they know who I am. The state senator, state representative, several of the agencies, and I would suspect I would have the same kind of relationship if I were so fortunate to come to Flagler Beach, because that's one of the things that you have to recognize your limits as a local government, and you need these partners. You have to build those relationships so that it benefits you, but at the same time, you can't be an embarrassment or a concern to them. And if you can build that kind of understanding, they'll help you.
Okay, thank you.
I have a long list of things that we're going to take one at a time.
Okay.
And you've answered some of this already, so it
Yes,
shouldn't
ma'am.
be too bad. Can you speak to your experience, and then I'll go through each item separately.
Okay.
Municipal accounting budget process.
Okay. I probably put together 20 to 25 budgets. Very familiar with the principles that are important with that, revenue forecasting, and making sure that you don't have expenses that exceed your revenues. I spend the city's money like it's my own. I'm very tight, very conservative with it, because at the end of the day, you have to show your citizens that you're getting value. And that's a very critical piece of communication that we all need to share in, and the nuts and bolts of how that gets done. I had a great conversation with your finance director. You have a real jewel in her. And
We do.
yeah, she knows all of those moving parts, but my concern is she's taken on too much, to be honest with you. So I view the manager as a partner in that process, and I know it well. I've built many budgets.
Okay, great. Utilities, water, wastewater, solid waste disposal, and public works.
Yeah, I go a long way back there. I've had a responsibility to oversee the utilities, or directly or indirectly, in just about every city I've been in, from Milton all the way forward. Some cities like Hapeville, it was contracted out to Fulton County and things like that, but we still had to account for it and manage it and make sure we had the right reserves to accommodate our growth and things like that. So, man, I've been involved in utilities and utility management, and I noticed you guys are contracting with Usituform and slip lining your, you got a grant to do that. So yeah, all that kind of stuff, I'm all in, because you want to keep that I&I out of your system. You don't want to pay for stormwater, you want to pay for treatment. So.
Okay, thank you. You kind of addressed this one already, state policy and legislative development.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to like rely too much on Ken, but when I was assistant city manager in Port Orange, one of my main responsibilities was legislative affairs. I handled all the legislative affairs for the city. And we had great relationships with the state and with all the legislators, and we got a lot of good stuff done.
Okay. Engineering, planning, and zoning.
Yep, hired many engineers, and I can write a good RFP to hire them. Apparently Fred left, and you're going to need to address your engineering knowledge base there, and you've got a utility that has to be managed. So yeah, I feel very comfortable doing all of those things, have a lot of experience in a lot of the cities that I've been responsible for all of that.
Okay. Municipal litigation, municipal attorney relationship. Smiling.
Yeah, I mean, golly, if I had a nickel for every city attorney that I've been involved with, I mean, I think most of them would give you great reports on me. I have a great relationship with them. They can be your biggest ally. In fact, in Hapeville, we had kind of a unique relationship in that he said, William, how many city attorneys do you know that would propose to help you make money? I'm like, 0. So we actually worked with him and his staff. He hired a forensic accountant, and we put together what we called our money team. And then we went about the process of trying to identify issues that would help us bring in revenues. For example, the little town Hapeville that I was manager of happens to sit next to the International Airport in Atlanta. And when they park planes in the city limits, there's a law that says they have to pay rent, or they have to pay some sort of fuel charge if they send fuel through the lines that are inside the city. And apparently the management before that hadn't paid any attention to that and was letting all that money go out the window. So we circled the wagons, and it took us a little while and a lot of open records requests and a lot of court filings, but we got the money. So that's the kind of thing that I've worked with throughout my career. And I really have a lot of experience with defending the city in litigation, and of course, going after things that the city wants to achieve.
Great. Grant funding.
Oh, cut my teeth on it all the way back from when I was a federal employee, giving away grants to basically now, I mean, in Texas where I'm at, the hurricane recovery, we're well over 100 million, maybe 120, 130 million into that. Record in Panama City, we actually found a way to give grants to help improve properties. Now, I understand your cash flow isn't as good and you haven't had that opportunity yet, but if you get this big hotel, okay, that could change. So it's a tool that not only I could see the city, of course, getting more of and using and managing, but at the same time, you might want to form your own grant process in that targeted area. And finally, I understand that you have some grants from FEMA, some PA grants that you are behind on. So you need to get moving on that too. Yeah, I can help you with all that. That's easy.
Great. Beach and shore restoration.
Beach and shore restoration, direct experience on that. I'm a little shy on that, but obviously I've worked with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers my entire career. I know how those guys think and how they operate and what their rules are, and the coastal protection line and all of these things. I feel very capable that I could work with them and work with that process. The beach renourishment is a huge issue for you, and you need somebody that can help lead that effort and get the engineers and the attorneys to work together and communicate to you and the public so that you understand what's happening in a very vital process.
Thank you. CRAs.
I've done that several times. In Milton, we had that, in Pensacola, in Panama City. In Panama City, I was director over 4 different CRA districts. And I actually got them to renew the downtown CRA, which was set to expire in 2014. So yeah, I have a lot of experience with that.
Do you have any responsibility for that beautiful park by the river
Oh,
In
you're talking
Milton.
about
in
the
Milton?
one in Milton?
Yeah.
That park, the bones of it was there when I started. But yeah, I got a phone call from the Speaker of the House. He later went to jail, but anyway, Bo, and he said, "What do you want?" So yeah, we did do a lot of work on the Riverwalk. It was a great
It's
project.
beautiful.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. And lastly, emergency.
And also, I was involved in the Riverwalk in Port Orange. That was my project in the early days. The Halifax River Trailer Park had to be acquired, and then we had to negotiate with all of the property owners along the river, and then redevelop that area. So I was involved with all of that, the master planning and everything.
Great. It's a beautiful. Both of them are beautiful.
Yes, ma'am.
And emergency management.
Oh, I'm not going to brag, but let's just say you're not going to talk to any of the managers that I don't think have had responsibility for 7 operations and startup operations and recovery operations, 7 different hurricanes. You want me to name them?
Now I know you had Harvey. Could you mention?
Aaron, Opal, Charlie, Francis, Jean, Katrina, and Harvey.
Well.
Next.
Okay.
And it's no fun. None of them were any fun, but
No, they aren't. Okay, we have asked a lot of questions of you. Do you have any questions of us?
Yeah, it's been kind of a tough year with the pandemic and you losing your city manager. I just wondered if the council was open to doing some strategic planning and having a strategic planning retreat. I really feel like you need that to define where you want to go and how you want to get there. I think your vision, you know what you want to be, but I think there could be some challenges in the areas of how you want to get there and what that time frame and resource level looks like. So I was wondering if the council had any interest in doing something like that.
Very much so.
Yes, absolutely.
It was very difficult, as you said, this year, losing our previous city manager prior to just when the budget was getting put together. We did not have a chance. We were supposedly planning a strategic planning meeting with an outside consultant. Never happened. So the budget process didn't go as smoothly as we would like. And we had 2 new commissioners this year who never really got a chance to see what it's really like to be a commissioner.
Yeah.
So it's been a tough year.
Yeah.
So yes, I'm sure I get consensus from everybody that we are
Absolutely.
looking forward to strategic planning. Yes.
It's extremely important that we start off on doing something like that. I agree with him totally on that.
Yesterday.
That would be one of my desires. And the other desire is if I were fortunate enough to be selected as your manager, I would want to be looked to as a resource, a partner, a facilitator, someone who can help you achieve your goals. And I'm not looking to work for a council that wants to be involved in every little detail. I'm looking for a council that wants to be a policy setter. Tell me where you want to go and then help me find resources to get there. Is that the kind of relationship you're looking for?
It's in our charter. That's the way it's supposed to be.
Well, I've seen that before too, but
I said it was the way it was supposed to be. Maybe each person should answer that.
Yeah,
themselves.
that's answer each of us.
Linda, what would you say?
Absolutely.
Definitely. I mean, we definitely need that in the strategic planning. I guess I've been harping on that for months. So, absolutely.
Yes, I concur with Jane. I mean, that's the description of a city manager, and I would expect nothing less.
Eric?
That is the goal, and it's to have a very capable city manager that can be the person who runs it. We can be hands-off and we just focus on commission responsibility. In real life, sometimes, we're a small town, so sometimes we end up getting in the weeds, and that is something that as a commissioner, I've been up here for 3 years, I've seen it happen. And so that would be something to just keep in mind, that although we have a goal to not do that, sometimes, inadvertently, that's just day to day happens.
Yes, it's a small town, I get that, but the trend should be towards the policy level, and that's the kind of relationship I would like to build if I were so fortunate to get the nod.
And that's the desire. I do not like getting in the weeds.
Messy.
Debbie?
As a new city commissioner, I've been in the position almost a year in March, and it's just been difficult for me to understand, everything that a commissioner is supposed to do. So sometimes getting in the weeds is good for me because then it's a way for me to learn, but I know
Right.
ultimately it's really not the right thing.
Okay, do you have any other questions of us?
No, ma'am. I think I'm pretty satisfied. I've watched a lot of your commission meetings that have been on YouTube. I've
Say that with a
talked to your
smile on your
staff.
face?
You still want the job?
Yeah, I actually like you guys, and I'll say this, I like your staff. And whether I get the position or not, I want you to understand how blessed you are. Your staff has been through a lot this year, and they're still standing, and they're a strong group, but they need help. And I really, really enjoyed the opportunity, and I want to thank you all for allowing me to do that.
Okay, yeah, we know we have a great staff.
Yeah.
Especially this past year.
Yes.
It was tough on all of us. Okay, is there any other summary kind of thing you would like to say?
Yeah, I've kind of prepared for that if we're to
Okay.
that point.
Yep, we're there.
Yeah, I was asked to do that, right? So I can sum this up in about 2 words. I'm sold. I'm sold on your vision. I'm sold on the small town atmosphere. I'm sold on where you want to go. I'm sold on the fact that you have a good, solid staff. I'm sold that your community has the bones and the makings of something great. And I'm sold on the fact that I would like to be part of your family, if that is your desire. I really believe that it would be beneficial, given my experience and background, to work for the city. I think I bring some things to the city that you need, which is good. But at the same time, I think it would be a good fit for me. It would help me come back to my home area of Florida. One thing that I didn't share with you that maybe you'll find out is I'm the only city manager in Florida who can honestly say they have ridden a bicycle from Pensacola to Key West because as a fundraiser out of my love and passion for this profession. And when I was training for that ride, I would ride through your city all the time, from Port Orange up through Flagler Beach and back out to DeLand and around. So I just want to say that I feel a connection. I feel a fit. This is not some big stepping stone for me to go some other place. This is what feels right at this point in my career. And I would just ask you to take that into account. I think it could be a good win for you and a win for me.
Okay, terrific. And you feel like you could move here within 90 days, which is what our charter.
Well, that'll be a challenge, but yeah, I think that I would do that. I've got some duties I have to wrap up in Texas, and I would need to look for a place to rent and things like that. So yeah, it would be a challenge, but I think I could do that.
Okay, great. Okay, anybody have anything? We have one more minute.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. I've enjoyed the
Okay, I
time and
guess you know,
opportunity.
I guess you know that we will, are you still there?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I heard the sound of it. After we interview the other three gentlemen, then we will have a special meeting at the end to see who we want to interview individually. I guess you were told that.
Yes, ma'am. I was told about the process, and again, good luck with that. I know you have a lot of other candidates to consider, but I'm hoping that you'll remember me. So y'all have a great day.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye.
Okay.
Have a good day.
Penny, what time's the next one?
2 minutes,
2 minutes.
1 minute.
1 minute.
Hi, Mr. Lucas, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
All right, so they'll get started here in just a second. Unfortunately, one of our commissioners, Mr. Bellhumor, the camera is not on that laptop. I didn't realize it till this morning. But you might be able to see him in that overview picture. He would be the third
wearing a
from
hat.
your right. There you go. He's raising his hand. Yes, sir. All right. Just let me know if for any reason you can't hear any of the officials, and they will let you know if they can't hear you.
Okay.
We're very fortunate to have Rodney.
Turn your microphone.
Okay, you can see, turn it on.
Yes, sir.
We're very fortunate to have Mr. Lucas with us this morning. So Rodney, the Flagler Beach City Commission.
Thank you. Good morning, Commissioners. I want to start off with my introduction. My name is Rodney Lucas. I'm before you seeking the opportunity to become your next city manager. I was recruited to Florida in June of 2014, worked for the city of Groveland, Florida. There I had opportunity to come in on the executive team with Redmond Jones, who was in his first stint as a city manager. I was able to obtain a lot of great experience over the 4 years I was there. I was able to assist with managing a rural and a small rural urban community. When we got there, it was about 10,000 in population. It's now over 17,000. It's got as high as 15,000 when I was there. I was able to learn a lot about Florida statute regarding development, economic development, planning, zoning, and code enforcement. So in that, I learned a lot about using events as platforms. Just giving you background on how I believe my experiences will assist the city of Flagler Beach in becoming their next city manager. Also, I was able to build relationships with the county, with the state, federal government along the way. In my time there, I was able to restore calm. There was a lot of political disarray at the time when I was there, but those things settled down as time went on. Then, as you know, elections come along, and the new board wanted to move forward with a different person. That got me to Bunnell, which is Flagler County here. And in that, I was able to, I was recruited by Alvin Jackson, and he brought me on his management team. I've been there a little over almost 2.5 years. And we've done a lot of great things there, learned a lot about managing behind the scenes. He's my mentor. Jerry Cameron, who's the Flagler County manager, is a mentor. Done things with those guys, and they've really shown me how to build quietly and behind the scenes. That's just the introduction of where I'm at now, and I'm looking forward to the opportunity, if given, to perform for Flagler Beach.
Nice to meet you.
Thank you.
We will each be asking you a couple of questions in a rotating manner. So I think we will get started with Commissioner Cooley.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Lucas. How are you?
Good morning, sir.
All right. First question. This is a two-part question. Based on your education, experience, and background, what do you consider to be your strong points? And then after you do that, if you can take us through the same thing, your education, experience, and background, what do you consider to be your major weaknesses?
Well, my major strengths are going to be economic development, finance, policy setting. I guess in my educational background, I have a BA in finance, master's in city management, another master's in urban planning and nonprofit management. Those things have afforded me an opportunity to coalition build across all venues, whether it's been Chamber of Commerce, whether it's been at the county level, asking for assistance, or at the state level, going for grants and type of things that are needed when you come to growth like your city is experiencing. When I look at weakness, the only time there's weakness is just when you have, when I've come across not being familiar with something, and it doesn't take me long to close that gap. And then with a great team like you guys, wherever I don't know, I know you guys can fill in the gap for me.
All right. And what is your long-term goals and short-term goals? And how does this particular position fit into your goals?
Once I came to Florida, my goal was to do 2 or 3 years the city of Groveland and seek city manager positions. So my goal is to, if given this opportunity, is to stay as long as you will have me. That's my career objective right now, is to become city manager and show the city how we can restore order and move forward.
All right, and that would be what we would probably call a long-term goal. Do you have any just short-term goals in the time being?
Well, if given an opportunity with Flagler Beach, it'd be short-term, would be them first 100 days and trying to accomplish some things there with the city.
All right, thank you. Mayor Provencher.
Hi, can you hear me okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. How would you put together a strategic plan, including key priorities? And how would you prioritize these specific steps?
Well, I've looked at the first 100 days, broken them down in year 1 through year 3. And basically, I would look at sitting down with each and every one of the commissioners and getting insight on opportunities that you guys would like to see, the platforms you ran on, harnessing those things and setting that as a retreat or a strategic plan. With that, also, I would meet with every employee, full-time, part-time, to get their understanding of what's been shortcomings, what they like to see, and coordinate all those things. I know there's some hot issues going on right now in your city. And then just trying to prioritize those things like the garden, stopping pollution in the intercoastal, assessing city staff, competency and readiness, looking over the current budget and reserves, investment policy, look at unifying utility plans for the growth that's about to happen. Look at completing a rate study for impact fees, development fees, take advantage of growth itself. Year 1, would consider with the commission's input and looking at all concerns. I would look at us going in the front of this garden project and looking at it from the advantage of annexing everything in, and we then can work from the narrative of strength. I would look at the St. John's Cup, because right now, I guess we're at about 6,500 with this potential growth that puts us at 14,518 potential new residents. Also, I would look at unifying the CRA. I see it's been dormant for a little bit. We would need to put that in. And I guess the $1 million question is branding. Is Flagler Beach a tourist destination, or are we a bedroom community? Just looking at how do we brand ourselves so we can market ourselves to move forward. I understand you guys want to keep the small town feel, which shouldn't be a problem in moving forward. I guess in dealing with the I guess with your intercoastal, there would be some adjustments in water connections and maybe repurposing stormwater to alleviate issues there. But those are things we could get into as we prioritize. I understand that there's parking issues, things like that. You know, how can we tie and profit sharing through a public-private partnership with if there's fees being collected for parking. I guess the nearest wastewater plant converted into a reclaimed plant and with overspray to deal with the issues along the intercoastal. Also, I guess there's flooding issues. We would need to look at that through a consultant. I don't know how much discussion the commission has had on it, but I would love the opportunity to lead on that. Year 2, I would look at changing HR policies to a performance-based evaluation through strategic planning, linking the budget to those things and holding everyone accountable. In the first year, I would also have weekly meetings with staff and as needed based on any projects or concerns that the commission would have. Year 2, I would look at, well, I guess between year 1 and year 2, we would have to look at economic incentives. I like to get with Jerry over Flagler County and look at how do we tie tourism dollars into getting revenues for Flagler County. I would look at, well, for Flagler Beach through Flagler County, and look at how other ways that they can assist us. I don't know how much relationship you guys have with the county on a professional level with staff, but I definitely have a great relationship with Jerry. He's been very helpful to Bunnell, and I appreciate that. And I believe it can be ongoing. I guess we would look at the vision for the city. We will look at, in that first year, the commissioners having a mission, and then the objectives and priorities of that. I guess in year 2, hire a consultant to assist us with the development of realigning downtown with the CRA. Year 3, look at things of setting the budget in 2-year increments, take less pressure off of us, having to always come every year for something, and also development of staff. Like to put in play some training components with the approval of the commissioners. Pretty much that's it, because it'll be a back and forth conversation that would have to go on between the commission and myself and senior management.
All right, Commissioner Phillips.
Okay, thank you for joining us, Mr. Lucas. I am Commissioner Phillips, and I would ask you to describe how you would keep citizens well-informed about city issues, and what procedures would you use to make sure citizens' views and concerns are properly received and addressed?
Well, I would use the website, and then also over the years, I'm pretty quick at returning calls and going out to observe what's going on, and then having staff come along with me. So I would be very user-friendly. We would use Facebook, the basic social media things. I would have to assess the current way of things being done first, because I wouldn't want to ruffle any feathers. I would, understand how successful has it been. I would ask each and every one of you as commissioners, what's been the complaints you've received or accolades that you guys have received. And I would try to get out in front. I would also look at something that we're doing over in Bunnell that's starting up next month is a citizen advisory board, or a citizen, not only advisory board, but a citizen academy where you're teaching the citizens of what's going on and how things are done. So that way they're better informed and they can intelligently move forward in and out of things.
Okay, Commissioner Bryant?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Just have a question here. And what approach do you use with staff to achieve a harmonious and productive atmosphere?
So the type of great question. So the type of management I am is I'm an innovator and collaborative thinker. So when I would sit down with staff, my management style will be coaching. I'll be looking at either a collective thing of delegating, supportive, or accountability type of moves with staff. I would ask staff, what's been the shortcomings, what's been the barriers, and how can I unleash their best game? So I would ask questions and then get them what they need through the blessings of the commission.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Phillips again?
Okay, describe any experiences you may have had in developing and recommending policies relating to tourism and its role in economic development.
So I cut my tooth on event planning in Groveland. So when I first got there, their bread and butter were two big events. You had the 4th of July, which is one of the top things in Lake County, and the Christmas parade. Those are traditions that have been going on for almost 30 years before I got there. So there, it was in the CRA. So we had an opportunity to where I guess there was a decline. So I was able to get with Lake County Tourism Department, and I was able to get for over a 3-year period, $5,000 for marketing. So I could go and market in other counties, other cities, the events. We were able to, out of the 3 core events, add 2 more events to it. And we went from like under 1,000 to like 7,000 people attending. So I have strong experience in event planning and tourism. Also in recruiting businesses using the county recruitment processes and things where they go and market out at different events around the United States to get companies to consider coming here to, in this case, Flagler County.
And Mr. Lucas, I have a question here, and it's got 3 parts. So I'll start off by reading it, and then if you want me to repeat them, I will. What is the manager's role as compared to department roles in the following areas? Budget preparation, personnel department management, and then the next one would be project administration. So the first one is budget preparation.
So as a city manager, I'm conveying what the commission is telling me, let's say the 30,000 foot plan of how to govern the day-to-day operations. The directors, I would expect them to bring me their budgets. With my entrepreneurial base background, I would ask them to bring it to me in the form of revenues versus expenditures and see if we were operating at a profit. So we can assist at that time with any changes. I would have to come for policy changes to the commission to make sure they're in the black versus the red. So that would be my first concern. Then also, whatever the priorities that are set through our strategic plan would be the lay of the land to move forward with budgeting and moving resources towards that.
Okay, the same question with personnel department management. Here again, it's the manager's role as compared to department in that particular area.
So I have to start with each department with what's been the complaint, what's been the deficiencies, and how do I shore up those issues with the resources I have. So as the manager, I'll be seeking the department head, or in the case, if there isn't a department head, looking at getting someone to fill that that's capable and viable. And I will look at, I will lay out a string of examples of with the finance director of what our expectations are for the budget and expectations of customer service that I would introduce at some point of how we will move forward in responding to customers, or in this case, citizens' expectations.
Okay, and again, the manager's role as compared to department in respect to project administration.
So project administration, that's the backbone. That is result driven. So that's something that, you know, I would probably post there in the room, so we could, when we sit down and prioritize what we need to get done, for example, the gardens, it'll be a checklist. So you guys can see what we're accomplishing as staff. So as staff, we'll be driven by the directives of the project. And if anything gets off base, we get it back on base, but we all can collectively look at that. I would expect to have a seasoned manager or department head that is successful in it. If there's hand holding in the beginning, I have no problems with it, but I'm not a micromanager.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, Commissioner Bellimer?
I don't know any.
Yep.
Morning, Mr. Lucas.
Good morning, sir.
What methods of communication do you propose be used to keep the mayor and city commission members well informed of city affairs?
Well, the way I like to get out there is, well, COVID kind of changes the game a little bit, but definitely the telephone, definitely meeting somewhere, or having you to the office. And then I would do monthly city manager reports that would cover ongoing things. If there's any personnel issues or anything that you guys bring to my attention, I would huddle with each and every one of you and let you know what I'm thinking, get your input, so there's no surprises. So I would keep you well informed. I'm a communicator.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
I'm gonna pass it back to Mayor Provincial.
Okay, relate experiences you have had in improving the productivity, efficiency, and service aspects of municipal government.
So just in city of Bunnell, when I got there, building department, revenues were not where they needed to be. So eventually I went before the commission and asked for, well, we did a rate plan study. We hired a company out of Georgia that came in and looked at all the cities that are comparable to us and what they were charging. And we were able to adjust our impact fee study rates and increase our rates. And now we're in the black.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My turn. How do you view the relationship between the city and you've kind of addressed this a few times already, but how do you view the relationship between the city and county administration and the commission? And what should the city manager's role be in that relationship?
Well, the city manager is always an ambassador. So I would be taking you guys' as objectives and priorities and seeing what I can go ask for from Jerry and look at what can that be? You know, could that assistance be economic incentives? Could that be recruiting of businesses here? Policy things, interlocal agreements, whatever it would take. You know, I know a lot of the ads that the Flagler County puts out has you guys' peer on it. So it got to be some form of tourism there. But like I said, I have no problems with a relationship with Jerry, DEO at the state level, or building a relationship with any of our Congress people for dollars that may be needed.
Okay, thank you. Rick, back to you.
All right. How do you plan to maximize a relationship with various state agencies and state officials?
One of the things that we did a couple times in Bunnell was we just send an invite out and say, let's have a round table and you tell us what product you got to offer. And that went pretty well. We got a lot of things, a lot of understanding on services, and it's become very beneficial, especially with the infrastructure with Public Works. So that is something that I would definitely want us to do, and make sure each and every one of you are there as well, just in case you have questions, and we'll make sure we practice social distancing.
Okay. Now I have several things you've addressed a little bit, but maybe we can go into more depth. Your experience in each of these things that I'm going to mention, the first being municipal accounting and budgeting.
So at one time I had to be the finance director in Groveland. So the 2017-18 year was $34 million budget. We were 9 months behind in bank reconciliations and coming up on dire times. So I had to go and hire temp service and had hired like 3 people to come in to help us clean up our budget and get it back to normalcy, and hired an interim finance director. So in that, was able to get all the information that the county tax collector would send regarding I'm trying to think of the words for your avalorium. So you know, and then based on the avalorium, I like to see columns for you guys to consider. So when you're setting range, even though you have the rollback that's automatically set by the county, I would set range columns that would show you at 0.5%, 1%, so you can see based on what we come together on as priorities in the budget, we can accordingly make adjustments. I understand that there's a large number of dollars there that are setting that you can also look at exchanging. If you didn't want to do rollback, you wanted to consider a 1% increase, you can tap into the reserves to not have an increase to the community. There's just different things. I feel that I'm very comfortable with since I guess 2016. I've always been in the middle of the city's budget process from turnkey process. So I feel pretty good about it. You know, naturally I had to do my own budget for community development and increase it, but we had some shortcomings with financing and how things were laid out. the county was able to come in with couple of their employees and help Benel kind of sort out some things, but we're definitely back on track now. So I've learned a lot in small city development with budget and the budget process.
Thank you. The next one is utilities, water, wastewater, solid waste disposal, and public works.
Well, soon as I got to Benel, they were in a process of doing a master utility program. My knowledge of it has really grown. This with slip lining and dollars available for that. I know that part of my function through code enforcement, I don't know if you guys are aware that the EPA has a new thing with storm debris and all those things. And so code has to go out and police a lot of the public works things. So I increase my knowledge ball. If there's any silk fencing down, if there's people cutting lawn and blowing it into the storm water, it's a no-no. The development of how old your pipes are, how many of your wells are working, all this is critical. And one of the things I learned from Groveland is when I brought in one of the largest developments of 5,000 acres on Villa City, was negotiating that cup and paying attention. So if we only have enough for 6,500, we're short quite a bit. And how do we build the master utility plan now? I understand there's one in place, but we need to unify all aspects of public works, so that's not only water, wastewater, stormwater, reclaim. So we would have to definitely look at that and see how to tie that in, and then also get development to the new development to pay for some growth too, or provide things on their side.
Okay, thank you. The next one is state policy and legislative development.
So we're always defending at the local level. For example, CRA, there's been several attacks on CRA to get rid of it, the TIF increment financing side of it. But there's where you need an active lobbyist. We have to look at that. I don't know what all things you guys have incurred, because I didn't have a person from the CRA side to really speak with other than the finance director.
Okay. Engineering, planning, and zoning.
I do that every day. So we have an outside firm called Alliant Engineering that does it for us. I understand you guys did have an engineer, and for a brief time I did work with him over in Benel. But we handle it one of two ways. We can outsource it, or we can bring in someone that we think is qualified, but they got to have a lot of experience with this new development, and they got to hit the ground running, and they got to be able to solve our water issues and flooding issues.
Okay. Municipal litigation, municipal attorney relationships.
Oh, I love litigation because I'm code enforcement, and also, I have to fight de-annexations. So I feel pretty proficient. Have a great mentor in Vos Law Firm, and our current attorney, Nancy. She brings knowledge. She helps me grow, and she's shown me things where to go look for the answers, and also, your goal is always to help the citizen first, and make sure that all is calm. So I don't go into it in a negative manner. I just try to look at how do we protect our turf, and how do we grow using these tools.
Okay. grant funding.
Well, I managed the $650,000 grant in Groveland that got from the DEO. Now, when I came down here to Bunnell, I wanted to do the same program, and I had a couple of players that was willing to pull the trigger to help us consultant wise to get it done. But I guess it's a trade-off. So with Public Works, you can only have one thing. Either you can do housing or you can do Public Works. So I would have to defer to Public Works in this case with the city of Flagler Beach.
Okay, beach and shore restoration.
Well, just not being familiar with it. Now, when I did attend one of your meetings and you guys were talking about bunkers and replacing things. I'm a quick study. I would just have to look at the aspects of how much of the budget is going towards that. What money can I get from Flagler County to assist more on those things? Because that would become a focus point. As far as grants, a lot of times grant is an opportunity someone to come and tell you, hey, I got money X, Y, and Z. Sometimes one thing I've learned down here is you guys got relationships. So somehow a grant will come and you get a grant, you don't even question it. You just provide what they need and you get the grant. But I would definitely do more investigating on the web for grants though, and grant opportunities. And I have no problem rolling up my sleeve to help submit applications for grants, because I do have that in my background. As far as just the sand and things like that, we just got to have a great maintenance policy. So I don't know if who does that there for the city, but we definitely have to look at our schedule for maintenance and recovery, because all that stuff ties into flooding. So I would definitely look at that being a part of the utility master plan.
Okay, the next one is CRAs.
I love CRAs. I took Groveland from 750,000 in assets to like 1.5 million. So, but here in Bunnell, the time that they put it together, it was a $68 million negative. So now we're down to within $15 million negative. So we've been managing some things, but I'm biting at the bit of that to tie in our district, the Commerce Parkway. As you guys know, Bunnell has over 140 square miles of city, so we got a lot of potential there. But as far as CRA, I ran it from doing the agendas to getting in the experts to managing the projects, the designs. So I feel very strong about my CRA skills because I've done it the whole time I've been here. So it's going on year 7.
Okay. And lastly, emergency management.
Usually I've been the gopher, so because I've been low on the totem pole, I've always been the point person, middle of the night, from sinkholes to hurricanes. I feel very good. Even back to when I lived in the Midwest, when floods and surfing people out of the water, I've done it. I've done all kind of things. So I feel very strong about emergency management. And then, that's also tied to Flagler County. And I've been in the emergency center several times during duty for Bunnell.
Okay, great. All right, we have asked a lot of questions of you. Do you have any questions of us?
Well, I guess collectively, well, just given the opportunity, I would love to spend time with each and every one of you to understand what you want. and what you expect in your city. Um, I know that just asking you now, it's just not going to get to the meat and bones that I would need to intelligent wise to interpret and make decisions. But I do appreciate each and every one of you time today.
All right, I know Ken had told you that you would have some time to summarize why you want to work here. So if you would like to do that now, that would be great.
Yes, ma'am. I believe I'm the best fit for Flagler Beach after speaking with most of the current employees there, the management team. My experiences most tie into refocusing the city, the task at hand of doing strategic planning, developing staff, meeting with staff, my background in development, recruiting, CRA, relationships at the county and state level to get dollars to support the projects that you guys are going to need. The experience of policies that are going to need to be put in place in order to be successful in building those things collectively. My education, my ability to lead, all point towards an opportunity for me to be there for the city of Flagler Beach.
Okay. Does anybody, we have a couple of minutes left. Does anybody have anything to add? No? Okay, Mr. Lucas, thank you very much for spending the time with us.
Thank you.
We still have 2 more interviews to go
Okay.
before we make any kind of decision. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
ma'am.
you. Thanks a lot.
All right. Thanks, guys.
Can you hear me, Drew?
Yes, Penny, I can. Thank you.
Oh, okay. They've got about 7 more minutes, but so we'll just sit here and wait for them. You can go back to mute if you like.
All right, or kick me in the waiting room, whatever you
All
need. All
right. No, you're good right where you're at. I'll leave you there.
right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, folks, it's time to get started again. Think we have everybody present and accounted for? Okay, Ken? Thank you, Ken. Hi, Drew, I guess can we call you by your first name?
That is the name my mother gave me. So yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
And you have some introductory remarks you would like to make?
Yes, ma'am. Well, you guys have a long day ahead of you, so I respect your time, and so hopefully I'll get through this painless. But thank you for the opportunity to welcome me here today. I wish I could be there in person, but we do have to be safe for COVID. I do have my mask, by the way, so if Matt's in the background, I'm good. I'm alone in my office, I promise, Matt, or Chief Downey. I'm Drew Driscoll. I'm the current Deputy City Manager and Fire Chief for the City of Daytona Beach. I have two daughters, age 17 and 20. They're the reason I live and breathe. They're the reason I work so hard. They are my motivation. And they've been my motivation to pursue this interest, this dream of mine, to one day be the next city manager of Flagler Beach. Don't let it sound corny that I say dream of mine, because it's a sad dream, I know, but I have interest in Flagler Beach. Growing up in Daytona Beach and Ormond area, I grew up surfing at the Flagler Pier. Nearly every weekend I visit, whether it's Snack Jacks, Golden Lion, Martin's, Oceanside, and I recently went to Tortugas, which has a great view, by the way. My brother's band used to play across the street from you there at Finn's. My family has spent a lot of time in Flagler Beach, and after 22 years with the city of Daytona Beach, I think I've dedicated loyal service here, and I'm looking for the next challenge in my life and really the forever home. I think from my resume, it speaks for itself that I'm not one to move around. I like to invest in an area, invest in a community, and be a part of that. And Flagler Beach is, well, as you know, is unique, but many outsiders, I don't think, really appreciate what you have. And it's that culture and lifestyle that has allured me to even apply for this position. That crazy notion I have of being on a first name basis with people, whether I'm walking the downtown shops or even the local 7-Eleven, to be able to run into people and strike up a conversation. I'm sure for you and possibly me, it's often what can we do better for them? But hopefully it's also a personal conversation, because I think that's what the sense of community is. Let's take a brief moment and share a bit about myself. In my professional life, as I mentioned, I'm the Deputy City Manager and Fire Chief. I oversee 130 employees and a cumulative budget of $18 million. I understand that Deputy City Manager title may throw people off, but I tell you, in a larger city, the amount of involvement I have, whether it's in the budgeting process or development or labor relations, I have been rewarded with that experience. I have a great city manager of 45 years, very knowledgeable. He has those traits that you don't learn in school and you could only learn through experience. And I've been fortunate enough to be under his wing, and he is a very demanding man, but I think it's made me a stronger person in the outcome. I've only submitted one application for city manager, and that is to the city of Flagler Beach. And that is because I'm looking for a home. I've been looking for property there for over a year now. And as many of you may recognize from this headshot of mine, I've been a participant in your meetings for going on 5 months, but my interest in following you through media sources extends a lot further than that. I am a person that believes in openness and transparency and positive management. I know those are buzzwords that people arbitrarily throw around, but to know me, that is who I am. I find that through openness and communication with your team, with the community, it squashes a lot of issues. It allows us to build upon the vision set by the commission and move forward together. And so just to close my statement, if I happen to say we or our city, I apologize. I've just had a lot of investment in time and I don't want to be presumptuous, but thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today.
Okay, thank you very much. We will be each asking you a series of questions in a rotating manner, and we will begin with Commissioner Cooley.
All right, good morning, Mr. Driscoll. How are you?
Good morning. Excellent.
All right, I have a two-part question here. Based on your education, experience, and background, what do you consider to be your strong points? The second part of that question is based on your education, experience, and background, what do you consider your major weaknesses?
Well, thank you for the question. Let's start with weakness, just to be interesting. So people will try to find a weakness that isn't so much a weakness. So I apologize if it comes off as that, but I will say that I preach attention to detail to my team. In my experience, I find that those small details, if not addressed and looked at, they end up snowballing into something much larger. I rather accomplish them with their small details than large details, such as we have a project that we didn't budget or forecast our budget properly, or we didn't foresee an issue in replacing a water line. We have to look at those small details. Some may say that's a negative, or they use the word micromanage negatively. I don't believe it's micromanagement. I think it's setting expectations for the team to stay focused on the job at hand. As far as strengths, again, I'd say transformational leader who believes in having a vision, following through with that vision, communication, and leading with a positive attitude. It is not a single person operation. It does take a team, and you are our bosses, and you establish the vision based on the feedback from the community, and that is our responsibility. But through positivity and focus, I think we keep the team on track.
All right, thank you. Next question. What are your long-term goals and your short-term goals, and how does this position fit into your goals?
So I have spent 22 years with the city of Daytona Beach, and I've climbed to the highest rung I could climb here. Similarly to your chiefs there, I am financially restrained from the pension from pursuing any further levels, the city manager position. But also after 22 years and maturing a little bit, I find that I have a better understanding of what I want in the future. And larger, bigger is not always better. I'm looking for that lifestyle and culture. So my long-term vision associates with my professional long-term vision, which is finding that forever home in a community like Flagler Beach. Short-term, you'll find a lot of people want to say, well, for the first 6 months, I'm going to sit back, monitor things, see how it goes. I believe, listening to your comments, that you're not really in that position to wait 6 months for someone to hit the ground running. So I like to believe that the past 6 months I've already spent has given me some idea of what the needs are of the community. However, until we have one-on-one conversations and I really drill into the community, I know it will take some time, but we need to hit the ground running with whomever you choose.
All right, thank you. Mayor Provincial, you have the next question.
Good morning.
Morning.
How would you put together a strategic plan, including key priorities? And how would you prioritize these specific steps?
So in this, not to keep referencing my current job, but that's my experience. we do two different strategic plans here, or I do. One, we have our citywide plan, which involves the commission. That's a part of our budgeting process to give a 5-year lookout of where we need to be as a community and what we want to do. On the fire department, I value a strategic plan, and I pick it up here, but it's in my inbox. We created a 5-year strategic plan within the fire department in which we reflect upon each day. So when a decision comes down the line or a purchase needs to be made, how does it measure against that strategic plan? We have to stay focused, and we know there's always a lot going on in municipal government. And the strategic plan really offers us that opportunity to stay focused as we proceed through the next 5 years. Within prioritizing, I believe that comes through the vision of the commission. We have to have an understanding what the future looks like within budget forecasting, within growth management. So prioritizing is based upon the voice of the commission.
Commissioner Bellion.
Yep.
Oh, I'm sorry, I turned the wrong page.
That's okay.
I'm sorry. Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you for joining us today, Drew. I'd like for you to describe how you would keep citizens well informed about city issues, and what procedures would you use to make sure citizens' views and concerns are properly received and addressed?
Thank you. I'm maybe from a newer school than my predecessors here at the fire department. So where many used to hide in the background, I prefer being open and upfront. Again, with transparency, it answers a lot of issues before they become an issue. As far as communication, we definitely have to have an appreciation for modern day social media. It's a great way to reach many people. Through COVID, we've learned about the use of virtual meetings, which are very beneficial. An idea floating around in my head was Manager Mondays, in which I would go have lunch at one of the many restaurants in town and welcome in the community if they want to pull up a chair and sit down and have a conversation. I think building those relationships is very important. Also, it's not impossible, though it might not look like the New York Times, it's not impossible to create a monthly newsletter or perhaps a bi-weekly newsletter that comes out during commission meetings to keep everyone apprised of what is going on in the community, what their government is doing for them. And so, yeah, the social media, regular visits to local businesses, attending local organizational meetings. Being Flagler Beach is a true community. There's always events. We have, I know Mayor and Commissioner Cooley, they do the trash collection. I think everyone's participated in that on the beach. We have the Friday evenings in the park. So being present, being accessible, I think that is important. And when you receive information, you have to pursue it. You have to give the feedback, or else you're wasting everyone's time. So tons of communication.
Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Bryant.
Good morning, Drew, and
Good
welcome.
morning.
My question is, what approach do you use with staff to achieve a harmonious and productive atmosphere?
So it goes back to something I mentioned, positivity. So if you had an opportunity to review my website, shameless plug, drewdriscoll.com, I mentioned within my leadership philosophy, relating it to my experience as a coach for a teenage girls competitive travel softball team. You have to stay positive. You have to communicate expectations. You have to follow through with those expectations. But with the team philosophy, I think you could accomplish a lot of things. People often ask how would you define leadership? And I would say leadership is helping elevate those around you. If given this opportunity, this would be my Mount Everest. This would be the highest rung on my life, because I'm not seeking a stepping stone or to move somewhere else. That's not who I am, and that's not what I desire for me personally. I would be long-term in Flagler Beach. And so then it is my responsibility to elevate those around me. And in turn, it elevates the community. And I hope that I answered your question in a long roundabout way.
You did. I'll pass it on to Commissioner Phillips at this time.
Yes, sir.
Describe any experiences you may have had in developing and recommending policies relating to tourism and its role in economic development.
So being in Daytona Beach, we're a different animal and we're supposed to be a different animal. There needs to be a Flagler Beach, there needs to be a Daytona Beach, and one should not duplicate the other. As far as we are a tourism-based economy, right now we're actually going through the painful struggles from COVID, which have had us begin to start looking at diversifying our revenue stream. That being solely dependent on special events, it's not a sustainable economy, as we've been feeling the pain of that. So looking at diversification, but within our tourism district, I'm sure you've seen and heard and read all about Main Street. Main Street has been a destination, and back in the heyday, Main Street was everything for the beach side. And now it is dilapidated. It has seen its better day. And I think it's because we dedicated so much on special events and we forgot about that 365 economy. So within developing a plan for Main Street, for tourism, the manager utilizes me for vision and out-of-box thinking. And the secret for Main Street is we need people down there. We need people to visit those local businesses that are open. So the first plan that it came up with and that we're moving forward is actually a city market, a former abandoned Corbin motorcycle building. The idea is to form a city market there. It's definitely an ongoing trend, but it offers the community local entrepreneurship opportunities. It becomes a sense of place. It becomes a reason to come to Main Street. And I think within bringing people back, it will make Main Street vibrant once again. So yes, tourism, you always have to review and evaluate yourself and who you want to be. And sometimes policies that you may have come out with for, let's say, Bike Week, you need to reevaluate those to see if they're still who you want to be. And I've been a part of those conversations.
Okay, Commissioner Bryan?
Okay, I have another question, and it's a three. Sorry about that. I have another question. It's a three-part. But on the last question, I'm glad to hear you addressing revenue streams and tourism plans. That's something I've certainly been concerned about as well. But my next question is, what is the manager's role as compared to department roles in the following areas? And the first one is budget preparation. The next one would be personnel department management. And then the next one would be project administration. So first, the budget preparation.
Okay. So the manager's role for budget definitely has to be review, prioritization, and calculation. We can't take on every project. A need for the fire department or utility department might not meet the overall vision that's set out. And most importantly, our strategic plan. When you go through that budgeting process, you have to reflect upon that strategic plan. So my responsibility is that review and prioritization, and then working with Kathleen to form the proposed budget book for discussion by the commission. And then once I receive that feedback from you, it's my responsibility to get out the red pen and the pencil and try to make magic work. As far as personnel management, I believe in setting expectations. If I set expectations for my staff, I would anticipate that they will set similar expectations for theirs. If an issue comes up, arises that is beyond their capability, it is my responsibility to work with that department head and bring apart resolution. And resolution isn't always termination. We could put people on employee improvement plans. I think one thing in talking to your staff, you have dedicated people that love that city. There are other opportunities for them elsewhere. However, they continue to show up to work. And I think through the past year or greater than a year, you've seen them pick up the ball and carry it across the end zone with the unfortunate passing of Larry, and even ahead of then when he is sick and unable to perform to his fullest. As far as project administration, regular updates. The last thing you need to hear is something from a citizen that you should have heard from me. So keeping the commission informed through regular updates. At first, you may get sick of my memos and emails and phone calls. And I will gauge what you want to hear and how much of it you want to hear, and I'll adapt accordingly. But I think keeping everyone in line with regard to project administration is important. And also, we want to ensure all options were evaluated. Recently, you were replacing a segment of water line, and it needed to, further improvement needed to be made. Yes, it's hard to have X-ray vision and see through the dirt of what needs to be done, but could we not have expected that to happen? We're already there digging. Yes, it's not just money, it's a lot of money, but it's more cost effective to do it then when we're there than come back a year down the road or a month later after we already developed the budget and coming to you like Oliver Twist asking for more.
Okay, thank you very much. I'll pass it over to Commissioner Bellinger now.
Morning, Mr. Driscoll.
Morning.
What methods of communication do you propose be used to keep the mayor and city commission members well informed of city affairs?
And so to expand upon what I just mentioned, one-on-one meetings gives me an opportunity to not only understand you and you understand me, but they're a feedback session, and feedback should actually be seen as a gift. Some people say critique, I say feedback is a gift. So through one-on-one meetings, I could share information that's going on, but also forecast what I see coming in the future. We can't just react to what's right now in front of us. That wouldn't be good management. We have to see into the future and make some assumptions based on the strategic plan and the vision of the commission. So one-on-one meetings, memos, I'm just used to it here. I love memos. I love information. I love bullet points, emails, phone calls, and any means that is most convenient for you. I know everyone has busy life. So if it requires me to make visits other places, whether it's to the Pink Turtle or 7-Eleven or what have you, that is completely acceptable.
Little advertising here.
Just coincidence.
How about that, Eric?
Okay. Linda?
Okay. Relate experiences you have had in improving the productivity, efficiency, and service aspects of municipal government.
So in Volusia County, we're several municipalities. And coming up in, I'll actually relate it to the fire service. The fire service is often the redheaded stepchild, if you would, of municipal government. It's one of those things that must exist, and it's a valuable essential service, but it could always be done better. I think the fire service is ingrained in its history, and its common statement is, well, we've always done it that way. I'm not a fan of we've always done it all that or done it that way, because you need to modernize and adapt to societal changes. So one of those changes was the model at which we deploy emergency medical assets within Volusia County. So my challenge was to not only get 13 fire chiefs on board, but also 13 city managers and commissions to adopt an enhanced emergency medical dispatch program. And also pre-COVID, I called it CARES, but it was actually a closest ambulance response element, which allowed for municipalities to supplement transport. And through that, they were able to supplement their revenues and not be as dedicated to the general fund. And I think we always have to explore additional revenue sources. In Daytona Beach, 30% of our revenue comes from ad valorem. All the rest is coming from other revenue sources. And with events like COVID, some of those revenue sources dry up. So you always have to evaluate that. But I would say through communication and laying out the plan and follow up, I was successful in implementing the CARES program and the enhanced EMD program. And oddly enough, the end result was call reduction. And every time a fire truck or ambulance turns wheels, that's money. So reducing call volume is essential to help wring out our sponge, which was oversaturated, and gain capacity without increasing staff. So that's a financial savings.
Okay, my turn. How do you view the relationship between the city and county administration and the commission? And what is your role as a city manager in that relationship?
So I am a support arm of my city commission. Sometimes I serve as the intermediate between the county and the municipality. Forming relationships is essential. I think you witnessed a few years ago what relationships bring you with regard to coastal erosion through natural disaster. It's relationships that help bridge those divides and make things happen. In Volusia County, in the past, there was a contentious relationship between the city of Daytona Beach and Volusia County. But all it took is city staff getting together with county administration and beginning to bridge those divides and realize that we all have a common goal of serving our citizens and bringing the best quality of life we can. So my responsibility would be to have those conversations and help bring your vision to the county and let them understand where we need to be. I don't think that in my remote experience with Flagler County, I think there could be more financial involvement from the county to the municipality. But I believe perhaps they may not know the vision and understand where we're trying to go. And I think it just takes communication.
Thank you, Drew.
Yes.
Okay, Rick.
How do you plan to maximize a relationship with various state agencies and state officials?
As we spoke about, the threat of natural disaster is real. And then now, something I don't think that we really fully appreciated till the past year, global pandemic. So in the city of Daytona Beach, we are a poorer community than our surrounding neighbors. And our citizens require resources. And unfortunately, accessibility to healthcare and equality it's more than a tagline here. It's something that we fight for and strive for. But through the relationships that I've developed within my experience in emergency management, I was able to contact the right people through the state. And I was in charge of opening up our first COVID testing site. And then recently our first COVID vaccination site. Unfortunately, that vaccination site launched before the infrastructure was in place to schedule appointments, and it wasn't as smooth as possible. But you have to grow and learn from your issues, and we're able to launch the appointment system. In fact, Monday and Tuesday of this week, I don't think there was but 3 cars in line at a time because of the improvements we made. So yes, having relationships with the state is essential to making sure the needs of the community are met.
To follow up on that, as far as state agencies, what about FDOT, FDEP and such?
So if you're speaking of my personal experience has not been working with FDOT. However, I do operate with, as the deputy city manager, I'm familiar with the FDOT process, and our city has been very successful in obtaining funding. I know that first Larry and then Chief Downey were able to form a great relationship with FDOT. So much so, I think you wanted painted 25 miles an hour on the roadway. Matt makes a phone call, and a week later, I think you have 25 miles an hour on the roadway. And that's the example of relationship. So I would want to capture and utilize the experience that Matt has had with FDOT and form those relationships for myself. And it's always good to have extra people involved in those relationships in case something were to happen.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Pass you back to Chair Mealy.
Okay. Sorry. I have a list of items that I'd like you to tell us about your experience with. One being municipal accounting and budgeting. Your experience with it.
Okay, I'll start with that. So for the past 10 years, I've worked on formulating definitely the department level budgets. I oversee the fire department and our $4 million IT department. But in my deputy city manager role, I'm also responsible for the budget review process, working with the city manager and our budget officer. Again, prioritizing, money doesn't grow on trees. And so that prioritization process and how it reflects upon our strategic plan and our vision has been an important part. Also, when it comes to staffing, everyone believes they need more staffing. I think they need more efficiency. Doing it the way we've always done it isn't always the most efficient. And of course, respect to our employees. We want to give them the salary that is comparable to their position. And sometimes you just have to make a long-range plan on how to accomplish that. I think in the future, and it'll start in this year's budget process, you need to begin evaluating how the minimum wage legislation is going to impact the budget. I know that rollback is always the desirable position, or lower. Commissioner Belhumeur, I don't forget. But I think we need to start evaluating how that is going to affect our budget, because we still have capital improvements. We still have needs coming. We have infrastructure repair and replacement. And I think also what we're facing right now is a migration throughout Florida of South Florida moving north and the northern states moving south. And right now they're intersecting in Volusia and Flagler County. So we have to prepare for those challenges ahead of us. So that is my involvement with the budget process.
Thank you very much. Utilities, water, wastewater, solid waste disposal, and public works.
So I myself have not participated in the utility process. I've spent a lot of time with my utility director, though. Daytona Beach is actually, I would say, a gold standard when it comes to utilities. We're involved in a lot of experimental projects only because the demonstrated success. But utilities, like any infrastructure, requires planning and forecasting. Digging a hole in the ground just to see what we have is not the time to start planning your budget. We need to understand our infrastructure. We need to map it on GPS and understand the age of certain pipes and the rate of corrosion that exists in a coastal environment. And we need to make plans for those.
State policy and legislative development.
From the municipal side, I've not been a part of the development of state policy. However, through our legislative efforts, every year our city sends a delegation to Tallahassee and lobbyists, of course, to fight for those needs of Daytona Beach. I've been a part of prioritizing those legislative priorities, and we have found some success. And of course, we found failure because we all know that Tallahassee seems to be taking away municipal control in favor of Tallahassee control. And that's something we continue to fight.
Thank you. Engineering, planning and zoning.
When it comes to planning and zoning, I work with our planning director. Recently, I've been assigned for the past year, downtown Daytona Beach is my project. And oddly enough, a lot of the qualities of Flagler Beach, I tried to replicate in our downtown vision. But one of our biggest challenges we faced is we didn't have the advantage of a residential base. For businesses to succeed, you need heads and beds in close proximity. So there was a lot of land that wanted to be developed into multifamily and also retail to give that urban downtown feel, but also small town charm. And that required working through the zoning and plan development process that I was heavily involved in.
Thank you. Municipal litigation, municipal attorney relationships.
The city attorney and city manager, in my experience, I've seen both ways where they don't work in harmony, but I've seen the most success when they work together. I could imagine the Drew and Drew show launching to bring success to Flagler Beach. The attorney's insight and knowledge into areas that I'm not most familiar with, you have to rely on them. Whereas I may make policy, they tell us if it's legally sound, and that is critical. So having that relationship is important. As far as litigation, I've not had the opportunity to sit in the shade meetings as the commission and the attorney go through that process. But prior to that, I have been involved in the litigation of understanding to have the conversations, depositions, to see how best the city could position itself. And sometimes your insurance company comes to you and says they rather just settle than go through the process. And that is a strategic algorithm they have, and it makes sense for them, even though when you know you're in the right.
True enough. Grant funding.
Within grant funding, recent experiences, two of them. One on the department side for the fire service was $450,000 from the federal government for air packs. And I see air packs are in your budget. Also, I want to say there's approximately $100,000 is the proposed project. And what I love about Flagler Beach is that forecasting idea that we have a plan and let's put a small amount into the coffee can each year until the project is funded. Through smart forecasting, you could accomplish a lot. So I was successful in bringing that $500,000 to the city. And then most recently, again, with downtown Daytona Beach, as we're kind of going through our renaissance and relaunch, we had a need to replace the seawall that stretches along the Halifax River. We're successful in pursuing a FIND grant through the Florida Inland Navigation Division, and they have funded our project, and it's moving along nicely.
Right. Beach and shore restoration.
So our beach is definitely county control. We used to once upon a time have city control, but for whatever reason, we gave it over to the county. And probably because it is expensive to run the beach, as you know. I think you're getting approximately $80,000 from the county for lifeguards and beach management, but then they charge you $50,000 a year for IT. So, you know, I would like to see those numbers improve quite a bit, but the IT budget go down preferably. So as far as shore restoration, the county has actually been very generous in involving the community, the municipal governments, and the strategic vision for how to maintain the beach environment. And in Daytona Beach, we have a concrete jungle of seawalls, not always the most attractive. But now the county and the city are evaluating ways to forego the seawalls and do something a little more appealing, such as what's going on along A1A up in Flagler Beach right now. But my involvement, just to answer your question, has been within those conversations, not the boots on the ground actually doing the work.
Okay, the CRA.
And the community redevelopment area, again, to reflect upon downtown Daytona Beach, that is our downtown / Blue Road CRA. Our CRA expires in 2036. So that window of time to optimize the opportunity that's given to us is narrowing down. However, through use of CRA dollars, you can make significant improvements to that area to clean it up and offer the enhancements the community needs. And yes, incentives are a part of that. But I believe there's a fair way to actually incentivize improvement without having the appearance that you're giving away the farm, because you can't do that. We need that revenue to continue on into the future. But when you welcome in perhaps new business, I think that gives us sustainable revenue source in the future, even with the incentive.
Okay, and one more, emergency management.
Being 22 years with the city of Daytona Beach, I've had many hats over the years. One of those hats was emergency manager for the city of Daytona Beach. Similarly, we are under threat of natural disaster, much like Flagler Beach. And we've had our fair share, but not to the same extent, to be honest. But the times that we've needed to activate all hands on deck, I was able to, through relationships with Volusia County, and I believe I even provided a letter of recommendation from Volusia County Emergency Manager. He's a well-respected individual, not only within this county, but throughout the state. But with those relationships, we were able to get the resources our community needs to recover from these disaster events.
Hey, we've asked you a whole lot of questions. Do you have any questions of us?
I do, and I wrote them down so I wouldn't forget. So it's my understanding you have a workshop scheduled for this afternoon to discuss the applicants and what those next steps may be. Assuming you're able to narrow it down to 2 candidates, do you envision the next interview being in person?
We haven't really discussed that yet, and I think part of that is going to depend, like you obviously can get here really easily. Others not so much. So I think it's going to depend. This is just me. We haven't come to a conclusion as to which 2 candidates it is, or 3.
Yeah.
And so I can't answer that at this point.
And I think we have to be mindful of the coronavirus and the impacts on the community. And I know that community involvement, community feedback has definitely been a priority of this commission. So perhaps if there were a virtual community forum, I would welcome the opportunity to participate in that as a little QA meet and greet. I think it would be easy to do, and it does accomplish, if there are out-of-town people, it allows them to participate as well. Question number 2, and hopefully time-wise, I'm good. Penny,
Yep, you're good.
All right, Penny, just yell at me if not. So maintaining Flagler Beach's unique small-town coastal charm, I think it's so important to the city that if you look over to your right, over by the door, it's on your mission statement on the wall there. And understanding some of the migration patterns we spoke about in the state of Florida and the inevitable growth that is bound to come one day. Have you had an opportunity to collectively form a vision of how you would accomplish or handle the growth that's bound to happen on State Route 100
I'm just gonna take a quick stab at that. We have not been able to plan much of anything in the last year. You know, all the hardships that we've been through this year.
Yeah.
And we've pretty much been, I don't want to say we're operating day by day, but no long-term plans like that.
Well, I would, if you find me in an office down there one day, just know, I think that's an important conversation that we should have and schedule that appropriate time. It's probably not today's priority. However, I think having vision and being able to forecast our needs is essential.
Oh, yeah, we're big on the need for strategic planning in general, not just the 100 corridor, but just
Yeah,
pulling us all together somehow.
I had an opportunity to speak with one of your citizens and about that small town charm. And she had actually mentioned Capitola Beach, California. And having not been there myself, I couldn't help myself but research what was it that made that her source of identifying a location that was able to maintain that unique charm despite growth. Capitola Beach is just south of San Francisco in California, so you could understand the development going around. But in my research, they oddly enough have a similarity in geography. Their historic downtown area, it's separated by a creek, you're separated by a river. I think in the future, as you know, financial needs continue to increase and growth inevitably occurs, maintaining that small town charm on the island and using that river as the divider helps preserve Flagler Beach's future and identity. But you know, growth needs to be managed. Everyone says control growth. It's more managed growth and find growth that's complementary to your community. But one of the mantras I think that I like that I heard was, you want to be a destination town and not a town for running errands. Running errands to your weekly trips to Walmart or Home Depot, that's impactful on infrastructure. Whereas people that enjoy the town as a destination, they're less destructive, less abusive on infrastructure, less trash, because they came there because they like the cleanliness and the uniqueness. So I would say going forward in the future, when those conversations occurred, I'd love to be a part of them.
Okay.
And lastly, I don't need to ask this. This was about the minimum wage legislation. Again, I think that's something important that we need to be mindful of going forward and start planning for how that is going to impact our budget. And that's all my questions.
Okay. Did anybody want to answer? I took it on myself to answer what those questions were. Did anybody want to add anything to what I said?
Well, I can piggyback on the Route 100 corridor topic. So in the next 10 years, the county is expecting 25,000 more residents. And the vast majority of them are going to be on the west side. Route 100 is built for that, but then that puts it at capacity. So we do have a time buffer. It does need to be part of a strategic plan, but a little bit further down the line, because Route 100 can accommodate the next 10 years of growth. And after that, then you know, traffic engineers are gonna have to look at that, but that's also outside of our city limits too. So that's something we're gonna have to teamwork with county and Palm Coast on, and that's where the teamwork part comes in. Our portion of Route 100, and obviously you all know, is very small. But as far as we'll call it short-term growth, you know, we'll say 10 years, we're gonna say short-term growth, we're pretty safe. But it's gonna go quick, because y'all see the for sale signs and everything, but I think we're okay for now, but it's gonna be something we're gonna need to place on the burner. And does that help, Drew?
Yes, absolutely. Because I think recently we've been trying to come to grasp with the impacts of the gardens development is going to have. And yes, it is outside the municipal boundary. However, they want to come to Flagler Beach to enjoy the beach or go to the restaurants. And it is impactful, so that as you mentioned, the relationship with the county is very essential to make sure we have everything we need to prepare for those challenges.
Rick?
Just additional information on that Route 100 and the future of it. That's already in FDOT's long-range plan to widen portions of Route 100 in the future. So it's not going unnoticed, and it's definitely in the TPO's planning in the future. So I just wanted to throw that out there.
Ken?
Yeah, I concur with everything that's been said, and I think that Commissioner Cooley is correct in that 100 can handle the capacity. However, I don't think that Flagler Beach itself can handle the capacity that's going to be anticipated, particularly when we start talking about the volume of individuals that will be coming to Flagler Beach. And based on the last statistics from the Tourist Development Council, 80% of those visiting Flagler are coming here for the beach. So I think we will have to look at short term as far as preparing for such things as parking, sanitation, and these kinds of things that we've already discussed. So that in the long term, we may be able to project that, but I think short term is going to be more immediate than we really anticipate.
Yeah, I think those city services, police, fire, the gardens is going to have an impact on that. And yet we're not going to have enjoy the ad valorem from it. So
Right.
I know there's been talks of amongst the commission of annexation. And in reviewing of the state statutes, definitely voluntary annexation is much more preferable. But I think it just, those conversations have to begin at some point.
Yeah, time's of the essence.
Yeah,
for certain.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Okay, anybody else? Debbie, did you want to, okay, you good? Linda, do you want to? Okay, so final comments, Drew?
Yes, again, thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. You have an extremely important decision ahead of you. And, you know, we speak a lot about forecasting and planning. I think if I were looking in your mind, you're actually forecasting or planning for someone more long-term that's going to be able to implement that vision and offer some consistency as the city moves forward. You know, evaluating someone based off of resume, cover letter, and an hour-long interview is a challenge. I do not envy your position, but you need to select someone that could lead your team in implementing your vision. Someone who desires to stay that long time to foresee that long-term implementation of the community's plan. Someone who reflects your values and the values of the community, and someone who demonstrates openness, transparency, honesty, integrity, dedication, and I think most of all important is trust. Without trust, you have nothing. In my 22 years as a public servant, I've held that same philosophy of trust, dedication, integrity, honesty, and it has found me success. And I try to instill that same philosophy onto those that work with me, and they too have found success. Having a positive attitude is very important. For me in my career and my personal life, I'm looking for my forever home. I'm not looking for a stepping stone. I'm looking to make investment into the community to not just for employment purposes, but to fully enjoy that community and the advantages of being a part of a community that actually talks and even sometimes will banter back and forth and have civil discourse. Those are essential conversations and shouldn't be looked upon as a negative, but feedback again is positive. I know in history, there's been some spirited commission meetings, to say the least, with citizens and your city staff. It doesn't need to be spirited. It just needs to have a simple conversation. And sometimes we won't always see, not you and I, however, the city might not, citizens might not always see eye to eye, but if you offer them transparent information, it helps lower that tension level. And for the past 6 months, I've been exploring Flagler Beach and trying to learn everything I can remotely and also in speaking with your staff. For me personally, I think around the country, people try to replicate what Flagler Beach has, and they are unsuccessful because they don't have the unique qualities that make you who you are. And I think the citizens that live there, they didn't merely run out of gas in their car and decide to stay. I think they were attracted and allured to those same qualities that I am, and that's why they decided to call Flagler Beach home. As a neighboring local, I've spent much time in Flagler Beach, and going through this process and listening to commission meetings, I believe in Commissioner Bryan and Philip's vision of a community of art, Commissioner Cooley and Bill Humer's vision for fiscal integrity, and Chair Mealy and Mayor Provencher, the vision for a city that defines what it means to be a community. I'm all in, and that's why I've been invested in doing the website and attending the meetings, because it's just something that speaks to me about Flagler Beach. So I do know what it means to dedicate yourself to a task, and in emergency settings, I felt the weight of the community on my shoulders, making sure that their needs were met. So please don't let my title of Deputy City Manager reflect what you believe to be my experience. Do I have all the experience you're looking for? I will honestly tell you no. And yes, that is shocking to say. However, what I will tell you about myself, and I think is reflected in my city manager's letter, I don't give up, and I learn and I capitalize upon relationships and smarter people around me. I believe our department heads, they're specialists in their fields. It is my responsibility as the coach, as the leader of the team, to make sure they're optimizing their potential and putting the city in the best position. Again, I have over 130 employees, $18 million budget that I'm responsible for. As the youngest fire chief in the city's 145 history, and the only fire chief to ever be named deputy city manager. And as far as my stamina, I currently hold both roles, which is challenging, but it's also rewarding as it goes towards my personal development. So I tend to believe that my professional accomplishments are not coincidences, but they're a reflection of my work ethic and dedication and positive attitude. So I thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself to you today. I'm no longer the person in the back of the room. Hopefully you could call me Drew next time you see me. But for the community that may be listening, again, my name is Drew Driscoll, and I would encourage them to visit the website of drewdriscoll.com just to learn more about who I am, about my personal life and my leadership philosophy. But I thank you again today.
Okay, well, thank you for
Thank you.
spending this time with us. And yes, we have one more interview, and then we have our discussion as to where we will go next.
Well, hopefully you get time to enjoy lunch.
Yeah, oh, yes, first, that's first.
Thank you, Drew.
Excellent.
Okay, thank you.
I'm signing off. Have a good day.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Drew and Drew show.
At least they spell it differently. Two Larry, first we had two Larrys, then we'll have, could have two Drews.
We'll tell.
Yep.
How cold is it outside? Is it warmed up? It's still freezing.
Yeah. I think it was supposed to be a high of 54 today. My coffee's like iced coffee.
Yeah, you want one of these. This will keep your.
I
coffee warm
have,
for
I
like
have
3 days.
boxes of those. I just never remember to
Oh,
use
really?
them. Yeah, every conference you get them.
You know, you get to burn your mouth all day. All day long, you can burn your mouth. Yeah, you can burn your mouth over and over again. You're like, how does
And
it
look,
seem
look how
possible?
much has defrosted.
Ah.
This has been out of the freezer since 8:30. That's how cold
You
it
got a couple swigs out of that.
is. No, well. We don't have to shovel it.
Yes,
That's what I keep telling myself.
that's right. When it rains, it doesn't stay on the ground. Yeah, Susie, you got a message coming down. I got it.
So we have 45 minutes.
This is the last thing
Listen to all that sound. There's the mail lady that came. She put mail in the mailbox. I heard the slamming sound.
How much does this?
My two phones are, I mean, two cameras were $600, but they're high resolution. I mean, I can zoom in like that. And what they do also is if someone comes up in the yard, it automatically zooms in on that person. Or like my boat is back there. That's where my jet ski is. So that's why I usually keep this one so if anyone comes back there. But as soon as someone walks up, it zooms right in on their face, just like that. But they got different varieties.
And then you
different
pay by the
prices.
month?
No, you just pay for a year for the storage itself. And you can pick the plan that you want based on the storage that you want. If you want to store 3 days or 5 days or 7 days or a month, whatever it is. I only pick like 5 days because if I'm gone for 3 or 4 days and I want to come back and see who's there, then I can go back and look at it. But,
Should I ever be able to travel again and go away for 2 or 3 weeks? Can you change it?
you can change it or it just come loops over. But what would happen is that if you were, you could be in Europe and your phone would automatically let you know that there's a sound. And you can talk to that person, says, they'll help you. They don't know if you're in the house or you're halfway across the world.
I love the.
And you can also record that particular session. So another one's called Arlo. Yeah. There's one called Arlo, but you can go down to Best Buy.
Arlos are good.
Arlos are very good. And they do the same
Rings are
thing.
good too.
Rings are good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Both Arlo and Ring
I
are the
use
best.
Alarm Pro for my home alarm.
That's a monthly
And
fee.
they have, cameras too, so I can see what theirs.
I was with AT&T and they were.
Oh, yeah. You being a good girl and just having salad?
The pizza wasn't there yet.
Yeah, I know.
Oh. Like, I'm hungry, I'll just eat the salad. Actually good.
I can't eat salad.
Any salad?
These are all implants.
Okay,
And the one thing I can't chew, it doesn't chew.
it just doesn't chew.
It just moves around
Oh, no.
and I miss it. If it's real crunchy, like romaine, the middle part of the romaine,
Right.
then I
That's
can
not too
eat it,
bad.
but most of it not. It sounds silly, but.
Somebody better read it. That's right, nobody. That would be my intention. Last year you said I couldn't do it. Why? I don't know, so. Over in, so is Jerry Monahan the chief?
Jack Quinn did one, so.
Okay.
There's no reason.
Exactly.
Interesting.
See, yeah, so I'll see back a little bit.
Okay, let me know, okay.
Check. I thought it was changed too. So I went up to Allentown. I'm not shy. My oatmeal is gone.
You still back to there?
Mhm.
All right.
He said, Flagler did not, as he not Flagler, but the Allentown did not believe in buying good furniture very often. He did. I see him get very passionate about something, but I've never seen it this way. I don't remember teaching him growing up. I remember teaching him. It was on the south side of that plaza.
Now we have garlic bread. Over a mass. Yeah. That white pizza is like, oh, it's so good.
Oh, I didn't even open up a box.
Put your thing down so I'm not.
I directed away from me.
Thanks.
It reminds me of Andy Griffin. You know, where the cells were over on this side, and sort of the key was hanging over here on this side.
Next one, but 115. Did you get your vaccine?
I have a 2:45 appointment today.
Oh, okay.
I told Jane I was gonna have to cut out. But I'll come back.
Thank you for the food, Penny. You're welcome. We've got more since then, and my chicken fries and my footy pots aren't up there.
Holy shit, that's full of shit.
Ken, where do you have to go for your vaccination?
Health department, it's a county.
Oh, the county, okay.
But no, it's
That's
not
good.
too
I
far
tell them
away.
what the building
Okay.
does.
Have you received yours yet?
No,
Now set up the appointments through the health department.
Okay.
And set them up with my wife too. She works for the National Guard.
Right.
And I was really ticked off at them because the head general had COVID and didn't tell anybody.
What?
Yeah. He was home at the quarters right there in the facility, and he was, the only reason they got wind of it is because he was actually seriously talking to his staff out of the window. And then it got kind of weird about it, and they still wouldn't put out a memo until the media got a hold of it. And then our boss, her immediate boss, is the one-star general, had to go home in quarantine. And then two of the other soldiers in the office got it and had to stay home. And they still hadn't told the staff what was going on, the civilians. I was so pissed, and my wife wouldn't let me
That's
go. She
terrible.
wouldn't let me go up to St. Augustine.
That's terrible.
So that being the case, they actually were giving the soldiers, they were offering it to the soldiers over at Camp Blanding. But because of where she is, and was able to get her on the list, so she got her first shot.
Oh, good.
So both of us get our second one today. I took off all day tomorrow, I don't have anything.
Yeah, just in case.
Yeah, my sister and mother-in-law got their first one, they got their second one sometime this week. They were finally first.
My wife's arm, she said her arm was hurting for like 2 days. The first.
Yeah,
I didn't feel
mine
anything.
was a little tender for,
Was it? I don't feel anything at
a
all.
little tender the second day and half of the third day maybe. When I first got it, I couldn't tell it happened.
No, I never did. It never bothered me at all.
It's the luck of where they
Mhm.
punch you, punch the hole.
I mean, that same day I was working out that evening too, though. I was lifting weights and stuff, too, so I guess I dissolved it in my system.
There's an article, I think it was in yesterday's paper, that you shouldn't take like ibuprofen before the shot. After the shot, it's okay, but.
I can't take ibuprofen anyway, because my kidneys. Or any kind of painkiller.
That was it. That was it.
So when you schedule for the second, about 2 weeks?
It was at least 3 weeks. It was 3 weeks.
So you just got it? Huh? You just got it?
Last Wednesday.
Oh, okay, yeah. Good 3 weeks. for me.
Jane, have you made an appointment for a shot?
Oh, yeah, she's,
Oh, I had the first one. Oh,
what is it, 3 weeks you wait for the second one, or is it 4 weeks?
4. And they give you the, well, at least it's
Yeah.
appointments, they give you the appointment.
I have both
So
of
you did
mine.
have
at
the
the same
first
time.
You did have the first one. Friday, 2 weeks ago. Oh, okay. I think it's the 19th, I have actually. Yeah, we should make a good concept from minor. They won't come to do group homes. They only did residents that are 65 and over. Oh, really? Handful of people. But it was offered to the staff. 30 people signed up. Most of them think they're gonna put a chip in you, or they don't want to be the first ones. And she's
I was
like, I'm
amazed how
giving
many-
you the opportunity. People are camping out overnight. And you can't force them to. so.
No, I was amazed how many friends I had that said, I'm not taking it. Well, I have friends that are doctors and nurses and they got it.
Should I have to pay them to leave when they're out with COVID, but okay.
Does our next interview start 1?
1:15, I think.
But it's, they still. That'll be. They're already taken up, they're in their house, people, they're in their, they're not going anywhere.
So Matt, what is the,
So we'll figure out before the end of the day whether we're gonna invite them for one-on-ones.
oh, it says my battery is running low.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, so, like, when we're in the meeting, we were, for some reason, they didn't wear last ones.
Oh, on the computer, isn't it plugged in? Hmm. I wonder, is there a switch or something? Have Penny take a look at it.
Says my battery is running low, but I looked at it, it plugged in. I haven't plugged that, and plugged that.
I didn't have the strip turned on.
There's this guy named Barowitz who does these funny things for the New York Magazine. He's hilarious.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, there's no light on those to tell you
Yeah, to tell you.
on or off, so I just had to kind of figure it out.
Wasn't that one of the Greens conspiracies that
Mhm.
Jews were doing something?
Yeah. The forest fires in California were caused by the Jewish laser beams. Now she's blamed, well, Borowitz says she blames the blizzard in the Northeast on Jewish space snow machines. I will not be silenced by Jewish snow. That-
Serious.
No. He's making fun of her.
Yeah, Long Island was good.
Oh, that was perfect, like how cold it was yesterday.
Yeah. Yeah, no snow.
Freezing at 54.
Yeah.
That's not really snow shoveling the tire you can have on there either.
Yeah, no, I'm not prepared for
First
that.
thing I said to them.
I did that when I was a kid, I did in the service.
I don't miss it. I'll tell you that.
What was
My
that?
mom was like, did you see? What happened to the power of the snow?" I missed it, so, as a kid.
Yeah.
It's not, so I never really.
No, not at all.
Well, as much as I like to drive, I had a lot of fun in the snow.
If you can be out in the country and it doesn't matter, try the Long Island Expressway.
Yeah. That on a normal day is
Yeah.
is an e-ticket ride. Without the sun into the park.
Yeah, most
Mhm.
of the time I was out there, nobody else was out there. Everybody else was stupid enough to do it. I just,
Listen, Drew, we hired, the city of Daytona hired a chief from LA.
No.
So they want to do interviews over the phone, and then they brought in candidates. You gotta remember, this is in the nineties, so there wasn't social media. I mean, computers were just not what they were. So the guy that wanted to get hired shows up. He's got his interview the next day, flies in early. He has whack to walking on the boardwalk. So he sees a Daytona cop. He doesn't say who he is. So he says to the cop, "Hey, excuse me, officer, you recommend any place to eat here?" And the cop says, "I wouldn't eat at any place in this effing town."
Ooh.
Nobody stops and talks to him, just walks past. So the chief gets on board and the officer was like, "Oh my God." I said, "So we're really stupid." So he tells him like, you gotta throw yourself off the story. So the chief is very big on meeting with people. So he had like a welcoming committee, like a transition committee. So people volunteered, so he volunteers for it, goes in and interviews for it, the chief says, "So any other decent places to eat?" Oh, wait. I said something really stupid.
I'm sorry?
Turn your microphone off.
I
then I got this, then they assigned me to a quartermaster unit. Then I got assigned to a civil affairs unit. Then I got assigned to a teaching position with USA Army School.
Can you hear me, Mr. Barkley?
You know, when I was in, oh, we just talked all the time.
There he goes.
We jumped out of planes, very little. You know, we were in a time when we weren't doing anything. Another time I got out, it was kind of gearing up and I was gearing out. I'll tell you a funny story about the first day of unit.
Hi, Mr. Barkley. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Good morning.
Hi, this is Penny. We got about 3 or 4 more minutes until they get started. So I'm just gonna leave you sitting there. You can go back to mute till they come back. They're finishing up their lunch and we'll be ready to go.
Great, thank you.
You're welcome.
And this guy comes up and he said, I said, your guy down in the motor pool is calling for the officer of the day. So I get him, my driver, and I get the chief, we go down there. There's a guy from the first cab. They were shorts. So he was midnight requisitioning some equipment off of our tanks. Okay, and so every time he'd try to get off the tank, the guard would get him with something and he'd crawl back up on the tank. So I finally got there and you could hear the guy as we were coming, he was calling, officer of the guard, officer of the guard. And I said, okay, get the guy off the tank. He wasn't gonna let him out until somebody got there. You know, so I get him, put him in my Jeep, bring him back up to their CQ, to their officer today, and I said, turning this guy over to you. All him in our motor pool. All right, just pass this. Our vehicle. And I'm turning it over to you. Yeah. Can you imagine? Here's a guy from the first cab, and a National Guard guy has captured him and kept him from stealing stuff off the tank, and it's been brought back to him. He's gonna be the laughing stock of that whole unit.
Tolerable.
The guy that, one of our guards, he was a combat veteran, so that was one of the things that we had a lot of.
This speed is stripped down from Chicago. It only gets worn about once or twice a year.
Okay, that's fine. No, that's fine. All right, okay. That's okay.
Is that okay?
That's fine. But that was sort of an interesting story.
Yeah, that's like
I got a friend that is he was one of the executive officers of one of the battalions.
This one's
He was
more,
there
I mean,
at
it
that
is
time.
more.
And I asked Bob, I said, Bob was,
Yeah, it's not
when I turned
as
it over to
warm.
go,
It's not like.
he said, what in my unit? But what I found was that
Oh boy, more paper.
Yes.
and what I found, I don't know what it is today.
Okay.
Is that
That's my reason.
they
Did you see that guy walk by? He looked just like Terry McManus. I was like, ugh. Same hair. Well, it wasn't him. Oh, you're welcome. I worked really hard cooking it back there in my office.
You were throwing dough in the break.
Oh, yeah. Shh. Shh, 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 shh. Ready.
We ready?
Please on. Yep.
Good. Okay, okay. I appreciate John moving his time up for up until 1:15. And again, he's on a different time zone than we are. So John, thank you for doing that. And let me just introduce you to John Barclay.
Good morning from Arizona. I guess it's afternoon there in Flagler Beach. Very good to be with you this afternoon.
Okay. It wasn't important. Okay, you want to take a couple of minutes to introduce yourself to us?
John Barkley, live in Winslow, Arizona, 25-year municipal manager, having managed in local governments at the town, city, county, and regional level, in the Mid-Atlantic Peninsula, among many towns and cities, big and small, throughout Virginia and Maryland. I'm currently in Winslow, Arizona as a city manager. We're about 10,000 people here. Enjoying the experience, but interested in coming back to the East Coast at some point. I'm at the mid-level of my career. I'm looking at a 15 to 20-year window here in order to retire. And I feel like Flagler Beach would be the place for me to find some sense of permanence and retire, kind of age in place while I'm managing. I've hit the pinnacle of my career. I have the most energy, the most wisdom, the most maturity that I've ever had over the course of my personal and professional life. Would have liked to apply it to Flagler Beach at some point. So again, been working in cities, towns, and counties between 5,000 and 1,000 people, population-wise, budgets between 5 million and about 35 million along the way. I feel like my experience, professional endeavors at this point really would be a good fit for Flagler Beach. So thank you for inviting me to join you this afternoon.
Okay, welcome. We're going to be asking you a series of questions, each of us, in a rotating fashion. And we will start with Commissioner Cooley.
Hi, good morning, John.
Good morning, Commissioner.
All right, first question. This is a two-part question. Based on your education, experience, and background, what do you consider to be your strong points? Second piece is, based on your education, experience, and background, what do you consider to be your major weaknesses?
Sure. Probably more weaknesses than strengths, but yeah. Having achieved an MPA from the University of Baltimore in 1996, I've achieved an academic level of education, experience, and skill that really has set me forward in a good way with my career in public administration, town, city, and county management. The foundation you learn from the curriculum from an MPA program anywhere really sets a great course for you, gives you a good frame of mind, a good framework to work from. Learning how to budget, to understand and analyze financial reports, how to do trend analyses, how to give yourself a certain sense of context going forward as a manager, zooming things out when you need to, zooming in on specific issues, understanding how to manage, not necessarily how to perform, IT, legal issues, engineering, planning and zoning, most of which I've taken over myself at certain times throughout the course of my career. So the strengths are there, in the form of versatility. I understand the context of the framework within which I'm working as a municipal manager, and I know how to apply it to personnel and to the different facets of, operations in a local government, any local government initiative, whether it be public works, police, fire, streets and roads, water and sewer, planning, zoning, community development, economic development. I currently am serving as the community development manager and the airport manager in Winslow, along with my regular job as the city manager here. So, every experience, you look back on your education and, you're blessed with that foundation that you learned from an academic standpoint, which gives you a good, it really serves you well when you're actually applying your job in a practical way across every facet of operations. So that's the strength, a good context, versatility, understanding the different facets of the operation, knowing how to manage people and projects and programs. So those are some of the strengths that I would bring to Flagler Beach. Weaknesses, you can always learn more. Sometimes we make decisions in a vacuum as managers. Sometimes we don't always consider, every element of every decision and how it's going to impact people. We have to make decisions on the fly sometimes. We can't always analyze everything to the extent we'd like to. And so one of the weaknesses I would say about myself as a manager is not always taking the time and perhaps taking the convenient route to making decisions to move things along, to keep continuity, keep momentum, and not taking enough time to bring in the public, my elected officials, my staff. There are times when, for the sake of convenience, I am apt to make decisions that don't have the full picture sometimes. And I work on that. That's a lifelong learning thing, for me, is to make mistakes, to fail every day, and to look at those and then move forward in a smarter way each time.
Okay, thank you. All right, next question. And you covered a little bit of this in your intro, if you can elaborate on it. So what are your long-term goals? And also, what are your short-term goals? And how does this particular position fit into your goals?
Sure. Long-term goal is a 15 to 20-year window with a sense of permanence to retire on the coast. What the coast means, that's subject to everybody's own interpretation. We like the Atlantic coast. We've been in the Mid-Atlantic Peninsula for many years, and we'd like to move my career to a point where we can settle on the ocean, somewhere between Florida and Maine. For the short term, as I mentioned a little earlier, I'm at the pinnacle right now. I have got the energy, I've got the momentum, I've got the savvy, I've got the educational background, I got a solid financial standing, and from a personal standpoint, to really dig in and make a difference. And I'm looking for a sense of permanency. The average tenure in my job is 3 to 5 years, so you can, you're apt to live like a military family in some ways with what I do. But at my age now and the point in my career where I want to settle, I still have I have kids that are older and out of the house, and I still have 2 younger kids, Dylan and Shane, who love the beach, would love to be in an environment like Flagler Beach. And so my short-term goal is to get to the ocean. And I know that might sound a little trite, but it is. I am very passionate about it and very serious about it. So, the combination of the long-term vision for our family and for my career, and the short-term goal to make that move, to work and live the job, on the coast, is the short-term part of it.
Okay, thank you. So there is no oceanfront property in Arizona like the song says?
Well, we've got some sand we could sell you. I mean,
All right, Mayor Linda Provincial, you have the next question. Thank you.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
How would you put together a strategic plan, including key priorities? And how would you prioritize those specific steps?
Yeah, first of all, any strategic plan, as you all know, because you've been through this, I'm sure, starts from the ground up. A strategic plan is something that is, it's an organic evolution of thought and ideas that come from the citizens that pay the taxes for your jurisdiction. The key part is to sort of bridge that gap between your public and yourselves as the elected officials, the leaders, the closest people to your citizens, to bring those two groups together in some way so that there is a very specific and disciplined way of categorizing the thoughts, organizing the thoughts that come out of the citizens. What do they want in terms of what do the elected officials want for the future? What do we want to be when we grow up? And to take that out on the road and to sell the fact that we're going to do this in a transparent way. We're going to listen first, and then we're going to build from there. That's a 6-month endeavor right there. I mean, this is not a situation that, you want to get from point A to point B as quickly as you can. You want to take your time and make sure that you eventually evolve in a way where you come up with a document that lives and breathes and that you can use to benchmark your own standards, your own performance each year, where you revisit it and you see where you are and you change and you move forward with a strategic plan that doesn't just sit on a shelf. But again, the first part is bringing the public in, bringing your citizens in, your business community, your community organizations, and talking about general issues and moving those issues, filtering them into more specific objectives and priorities based on the opinions of the elected officials and the consensus of what needs to be the priority for the city going forward. Consolidating those, having a retreat, going out there in a public venue, having a facilitator, talking through things, organizing them on paper, if you will, and then using that as a benchmark. These are the performance standards. These are the goals. These are the objectives. This is what we want to accomplish, whether it's budget, planning, water and wastewater, whether it's infrastructure development, whatever it is, categorize it and set milestones. This is where we want to be in 6 months. This is where we want to be in a year, and revisit it together. Don't put it on a shelf and let it sit there. That's worked for me in my experience in the past. It also creates, sort of a paradigm for the citizens to look at. It's a finite thing. It's tangible. This is what the elected officials are doing right now. It's in a notebook. You can read it, and then make sure that document again evolves, changes, moves forward, and doesn't become something that sits, on a shelf for 5 years.
Thank you. Okay, Commissioner Phillips.
Thank you for joining us, Mr. Barkley.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Describe how you would keep citizens well-informed about city issues, and what procedures would you use to make sure citizens' views and concerns are properly received and addressed?
Sure, that's a big part of my job. There have been times when I've had somebody, on staff who could handle that, and I've handled, as a small town manager, I've handled a lot of this stuff myself. I've learned the ropes along the way by practicing, and understanding best practices through research with ICMA and other organizations that are there to help. But getting the message out and managing the message is the most important part of the PR battle of a city manager. Working with elected officials, understanding and having meaningful personal relationships where there can be candor and honesty and openness without aggression or strife really goes a long way to be able to send a message to the citizen. Social media doesn't hurt. It's a really good venue to use with Facebook Live, putting notices out every day on Facebook. Most people, I would say, at this point in the evolution of our society, have capability to access social media. But there's also, as a small town manager for many years, an understanding that you're gonna know from me that we're also here to serve the underserved. And a lot of people don't have access to the internet, and they can't just conveniently click on something to get information about city finances or the latest issues going on or otherwise. And so you've got to take it on the road. You've got to be present. In my job, you got to be out there. You have to be visiting community association meetings. You have to be available in your office. There's an immediacy of service that I found that folks enjoy in a small town because they can walk right into the city manager's office and air their laundry and talk about their issues. And even if they come in and they're not happy, I think when you listen first and you keep your dignity and you respect everyone as a human being, that they leave with a certain amount of, even if they're just as upset as could be when they come in, they leave with a feeling that somebody just listened to them. And that goes a long way too, just personal relationships with people and looking at people when you talk to them, and goes a long way. Kind of an old fashioned thing, but I'm an old soul in a certain respect. So that's what I do. You also have to have a nice venue for people, your public facilities. You have to have a nice environment for folks that want to come in and talk. You have your citizens that enjoy the public process. They follow it along. You want to encourage that, young and old, for people to want to converse, to want to speak directly to, you and your staff people and your elected officials about issues, so that it doesn't become, just a big digital stream of information going back and forth. There is a personal side to this business that I feel strongly we should dig in and continue and do our best to visit personally with people rather than just use more convenient means of email or social media or otherwise. So it's a combination of things, but getting the message out, is important, but managing that message is just as, if not more important from a city manager's standpoint, so that you can frame the issue for people and they will follow accordingly if they have a sense that you're serious about whatever the issue is. The pandemic is the thing now that we have to try to manage a lot of the information that's going out there. And I don't want to go too far with that, but it's a combination of using, modern techniques with old fashioned, looking at people and shaking hands and talking, around a cup of coffee about just the fundamental issues that are on people's minds.
Okay, thank you. Okay, Commissioner Bryan.
Welcome, John, and my
Thank
name
you.
is Ken. I'm Ken Bryan, and I have a question for you. And that is, what approach do you use with staff to achieve a harmonious and productive atmosphere?
Yeah, coming in the door, you have to establish immediately, what I do is establish a sense of dignity, honesty, loyalty, trust, collegiality. I like to exchange ideas and information with staff from top to bottom, left to right. I think that's an important part of the environment that you set as a manager. You got to put yourself out there. You have to, you have to give people a sense that you understand that, I'm vulnerable as a city manager. I make mistakes. I'm not perfect, but I'm going to try my best to be. And if you don't follow along, then we might have, some problems. So what I do is usually, work on a set of parameters around position descriptions and develop those parameters. I'm a laid back guy. I'm really not a slam your fist on the table guy. I don't look over people's shoulders. That's just not my thing. But I think people respect that when you carry a sense of discipline with you and you set expectations and parameters for your employees. That brings as much harmony as anything else when people expect and know, what they're supposed to be doing. And so, that's an evolution too. Job descriptions change. People do a lot of things outside of what they absolutely are supposed to do. And I encourage that. But when people know and expect every day what their job entails, it makes it a lot easier. Now, when employees escape those parameters that are set, there have to be policies and procedures and guidelines that are established so that you can follow those and address the issue if somebody's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. In other words, when you put those solid parameters out there, you let your employees do their jobs and they appreciate it. If they're not, or if they're escaping those boundaries in some way, in a negative way, then you're in there, you deal with it directly, and you rely on your solid personnel policies and procedures manual to give you the right direction, to give you also the right documentation to make changes or to amend job descriptions or to assess certain behavioral disciplinary actions as you see fit. But the expectations are the key there.
Okay, thank you very much. And I'm gonna kick it over to Commissioner Phillips for your next question.
Describe any experiences you may have had in developing and recommending policies relating to tourism and its role in economic development.
Yeah, throughout the course of my career, I've had really good, really meaningful relationships with chambers of commerce. I'm a big champion of economic development organizations and chambers of commerce. I've been the chair of several regional economic development organizations, including Loudon Places, the Central Virginia Partnership for Economic Development. I'm on the board of ECONA here, the Economic Collaborative of Northern Arizona. I'm a huge regional guy. I always have been since I worked for the Baltimore Metropolitan Council back in the 90s. If you're not reaching out to your regional organizations, and if you're not connected, your local chamber is not connected with your region, then you're going to be isolated and you're not going to be able to perform as well as you otherwise could be. Isolating yourself is an easy thing to do in small towns because you're focused on what you have to do that day, but being part of the regional dialogue is absolutely critical for small towns so that they can understand what's out there, what resources are out there to help build economic development, rally around small business. So in working with chambers of commerce, it's been my number one priority to be in there, be part of the dialogue of the board of directors, to know the leaders of the business community, and to otherwise get a gauge for what needs to happen to bring more tourism. The pandemic hurt the city of Winslow recently because we have some hotels right off Interstate 40 that really serve a regional, a national tourism population. So, one of the things we did was to improve signage on the eastern and the western gateway areas to Route 66 to really remind people and build that sentimental legend of Route 66. The style of the signage, the lighting that we do, the the different amenities along our main drag, which is Route 66, goes a huge way in giving people that that legendary look at what Route 66 used to look like. And that's what sells Winslow. That's one of the biggest, as you all know, coming down to the corner is a huge thing. And so to the extent we can get people off Route 40, which bypassed, Winslow and really caused a tremendous amount of economic strife, and we're grinding it out right now. We're bringing back that identity. I've got 25 new businesses right now since the beginning of the fiscal year that are in either the planning or the development phase of their operations, because they want to be in this proximity to Route 40, to the Santa Fe Railroad, to Phoenix, that area, and to Flagstaff. So we're not we're not afraid of characterizing ourselves as a bedroom community to Flagstaff and to Phoenix. That's okay. We'll take it. I've got a planned unit residential development in the works here that will create 1,500 new homes that will be relatively affordable, for the market in this area. That's unprecedented in Winslow. You have to have some sense of savvy. You have to know how to navigate through, the movers and the shakers to get interest, to build the energy, to rally your chamber, to get your small businesses in line, to support the initiatives that the city's taking. We have workshops with the Small Business Development Commission here in the area. We work with our community college on workforce development issues. But, tourism has really taken a hit over the last year, and it's beginning to come back. And we've got two, mid-level hotels that are ready to be developed here right now in Winslow. That's going to do with restaurants in them, which is really going to, again, unprecedented development, which is really going to make a big difference here.
Okay, Commissioner Bryant?
Okay, it's back to me again, and this is sort of a 3-point question, but I'll read it to you first. What is the manager's role as compared to department roles in the following areas? And the first one is budget preparation, personnel department management, and project administration. So the first one again is the manager's role and compared to department roles for budget preparation.
Yeah. Again, budget preparation is an organic process that comes from the ideas across the hierarchy, comes bottom to top and left to right. You need to listen. You need to gauge the experience and the wisdom of the folks that have been working for your city and that understand, the trends, the history. You have to have open ears with your managers. So the role of the city manager in budget development is to facilitate, is to be the medium for ideas, for information, coming from the different facets of the management team, who are then connected to their own employees in different departments that they manage, and rely on that wisdom from their employees to work its way up to the management team. So the city manager is there to discuss the issues, to be in meetings, to understand, the actual foundation of ideas that are coming to the fray in terms of budget development every year, because it's a 3-step process, really. If you think about it, you're looking at your audit from the prior year, you're managing your current year's budget, and then you're looking forward to the next year as you're developing a budget to take on during the next fiscal year. So as a manager, you're thinking about 3 things while other people might be thinking in the moment, even your managers or your department supervisors. You have to have that context going forward And then when the information is provided to you by your department heads, we do a phased in development process where we shoot for 90% expenditures for the following year. So right now we're developing a budget, and I've directed my managers to come in with a 90% budget of what we have in the current year for the next year. And then you build from there. I don't like to increase budgets. I don't like to increase taxes. I never have. But sometimes it's necessary for you to achieve your goals. And so as manager in the budget process, you're also the salesman. You're the one that's out there presenting to the citizens, to your business community. You're visiting your organization, your community organizations. You're selling this thing to your people so that the process can be vetted before it gets to the point where the elected officials come to the table, come to the dais, and they vote on a solid budget that's really been, already reviewed through many workshops, through many meetings, many discussions with people. I think it makes your life as elected officials a little easier when the manager is out there vetting your budget for you and also bringing your ideas in at the same time. So part of the role of the manager in budget development is to be the liaison between the elected officials and your management staff in terms of facilitating information, priorities, budget priorities by, the individual members of the elected body. And then again, filtering those into a solid budget that, keeps the city, the machine moving, so to speak, represents a certain, a way of operating in an efficient manner by the management team, resonates to the public that, oh, look at them. They're looking at 90% of last year's budget. That's great. It doesn't always end up that way, but it's a good way to sort of send the message as the city manager that you're serious about this and you're serious about making the best use of every single tax dollar that comes in and out of City Hall. So those are some of the thoughts that I have, some of the experience I've gained over the years on how to be, again, the facilitator going forward in terms of budget development.
Okay, now, there's another part to that, and that was the manager's role as compared to department roles in respect to personnel and department management.
Well, you have to let your managers do their jobs. And again, I think I spoke to this a little earlier about putting the expectations out there and letting your managers manage with a sense of trust and a sense of loyalty, dignity, sense of humor, and a personal, meaningful relationship with somebody, on a professional level doesn't hurt as well. And so again, the style that I would bring is very laid back. It's very personable. I like to talk about issues with people in a casual way. I have time. I make time to do that as part of my daily routine. But my managers also understand, and this is from my standpoint, that there's a dichotomy between the city manager's role and the supervisor managerial role over a certain department. I'm thinking in a bigger context. I'm thinking to the future. I'm not in the moment, whereas a departmental manager has a specific role to achieve, a specific objective to achieve, and a specific role in the organization to bring their department along. So the difference is that, the city manager's got to be looking forward, steering the ship, and understanding that that ship doesn't turn very easily. And so dedicating the right priorities and the right energies to the overall, every facet of the operation of the city is where the city manager is thinking, while the department heads are focused on the number of streets that need to be paved. The water and sewer system, what is our capacity? Where are we going in the future with this? What development do we have on the horizon that's going to impact us? It's two different ways of thought, but as a city manager, you have to remember that you need to be able to jump into that specific, whatever that paradigm is, whatever the discussion is having to do with something very specific. You need to be able to get in there and understand everybody's job at the same time. But you're looking at moving the whole organization forward at all times. So you need to be mindful of that and not forget that that's the most important part of your job as a city manager.
Okay, there was another part of that, which was the project administration, but I think you kind of covered on that in your previous statements in regard to the budget preparation and personnel. But if you'd like to elaborate on project administration and compare it to department role and your role as a manager, then you can certainly elaborate on that a little bit as well.
Sure. Well, one other thing about project administration, at least from my standpoint, is that it has to be documented. You have to have a clear objective. Yeah, you can't just generalize. We need, a new pump station somewhere. You have to set a course forward with, milestones that need to be achieved by certain times. Budgetary objectives. How much is this going to cost, and how are we going to spend it? What department this is going to come from? What fund are we going to have to use to, achieve this goal, and by when? What's our goal there? It can't be an open-ended thing. Okay, we need this, we need that. It has to be very specific. And so one of the values that a city manager can lend to that process is sort of forcing the issue of a documented path, a project path with a goal in mind and a budgetary line item in mind that has to be adhered to. And that speaks back to the parameters that I was speaking to earlier. Overall philosophy that you have to know the expectations and you have to understand your parameters before you can really have the confidence and understand the confidence that you're getting from the city manager to do your job. Project administration is no different. And so, oftentimes in my job, we manage contracts with city attorney, with the city engineer. Sometimes we have them on staff. Sometimes we don't. Either way, you have to have a goal in mind. You have to be specific about how you achieve that goal and by when, and how much it's going to cost, so that you can evaluate yourself, once you get to the finish line on any project.
Okay, thanks. I'll turn it over to Commissioner Belhumeur at this time.
Good morning, Mr. Barber.
Good morning.
It is still morning there, right?
Well, let me see. Yes, got 5 minutes.
It's on now. Okay. Sorry, I didn't have my mic on. So my question is, what methods of communication do you propose be used to keep the mayor and city commission members well informed of city affairs?
Yeah, there's a routine that I like, and I'll speak to a little bit, having to do with, again, expectations, with a formal way of communicating with elected officials, boards, and commissions. You have your advertising requirements, you have your Open Meeting Act requirements, you have all the things that you have to post. You have to advertise before the meetings happen. You have to capture the minutes. You have to do this. We know that. But the more difficult part is to establish clear communication lines with the leadership of each of those, with each of those organizations or bodies within the city, and then make meaningful attempts to have mature, positive, candid relationships with the individual members of the elected body, every board and commission, so that you gain that trust and loyalty. And again, you set the expectation with people that, you know, from the city manager's office, you're always going to get honesty, you're going to get integrity, you're going to have discipline, and you know, you're going to understand the story up front. There are no games to be played in terms of politics, trying to skew a decision by a planning or zoning commission in one direction or another. It's objective, it's informational, but it comes with a person, and that's me, the messenger. And so establishing those individual relationships, but also routinizing communication with the leaders of those organizations goes a long way for me to make sure there's a certain formality and that things don't slip through the cracks, and that I and my elected officials have a chance once a week, once a month, whatever the preference is, to sit down and look at each other and talk about issues in a meaningful way with, again, candor, honesty, and objectivity that doesn't lend itself to politics or personal strife or those kinds of things. That's the way I operate. I think people appreciate that. I think if you checked a reference or two, you'd see that everything that comes out of my mouth is absolutely straightforward, candid, honest, and, well, to the best I can. I'm human, of course. But, you know, I come from a legacy of pastors and public servants. I don't mess around. I don't play a lot of games in terms of communication. So that's worked for me over the years. You know, boards and commissions change, tenures come and go, elected officials change over. I just had 4 out of 7 new elected officials elected here in Winslow. You got to go with it. You got to be there. You got to be strong. You got to be even, and you got to be solid at all times without recourse, to make sure that people understand. Sorry, without recourse. That doesn't make any sense. I don't know what I just said, but you know what I mean. The people have to understand where you're coming from, and I think I'm pretty good at that at this point in my career. Is, you know, formalizing communications where necessary, and then opening up channels for casual and personal communication at the same time. It's a combination of those two things that's worked for me.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, without exception is what I meant when I said without recourse.
That's okay.
You know what I mean.
Hi, relate experiences you've had in improving the productivity, efficiency, and service aspects of municipal government.
Yeah, that's really at the heart of what we do as city managers, town managers, county administrators. We're about efficiency. But, you know, the first thing in the door is to take 100 days or so and look at your policies and procedures. Look at your budget line items, every line item that you have on the books. Because you'd be really, well, you wouldn't be. You're elected officials. You are the leaders of your communities. But a lot of people would be surprised of how much lazy, unneeded, unnecessary fat there is, and even local budgets, because, you know, we have to balance our budget. We're not like the federal government, but still, I've been successful over the course of my career in trimming that out of local budgets to make sure that there's a sustainable framework going forward. I haven't raised taxes very much, but I have I don't raise taxes, of course, my elected officials do, but I haven't recommended raising taxes very much over the course of my career, particularly in the last 10 years, because I understand the ramifications of that. So I take the other road. I look to trim back. I look at contracts that aren't necessary. I look at the way people do things, and because that's the way we do it. I look very closely at those kind of things. I reorganize. I am the Community Development Director in Winslow. Guess what? $75,000 savings right there to the citizens. I am the airport manager in Winslow, $100,000 savings to the citizens. And we're still getting it done. I'm reorganizing here just as I have in other places to make sure that I take on part of the responsibility. And that sets a good example for my department directors to do more than they actually are asked to do, to go outside of what they're expected to do and work on the weekends at community events and be there for certain community meetings that have something to do with their operations, Rotary clubs, Kiwanis, Lions Club, Ruritans, those kind of things. Be represented, have my management team be represented around the city so that, we can all be the face of the administrative operations. Now, that all sounds really good, but when I hit the budget, I hit it hard. And, we talked about a little bit before my role as city manager, as opposed to the departmental roles in the budget. I don't gloss over anything. I allow the process to happen organically, to move its way up to the point where the city manager is ready to present a budget to a city council. I'm also very versed in PowerPoint, Excel. I can do all the things I need to do when I need to do them to really present a good analysis to my governing body, whether or not I have people on staff that can achieve that kind of goal. It's something that's very presentable. I can do that, and I enjoy doing that very much. But in my role, it's about looking at places in the budget, line item by line item, with my department directors, having that collegial respect for one another to be able to discuss what's absolutely necessary in the capital improvement program, for instance. Do we need a backhoe this year? Can we go another year? Those kinds of conversations are essential, but at some point it has to hit the road, and that's where the city manager has to make difficult decisions. But once you vet it through like that with your department directors, there's a little bit more respect behind it. And I've found that my management team is a little bit more supportive of my ultimate decision making before going to the city council if I vet it through line item by line item with every one of them, so that I get a clear understanding of what we may or may not need in terms of priorities. So that's the way I kind of navigate through budgets, to make sure that they're, number one, efficient, but also at the same time, effectively providing the services that the citizens of the city need and want.
Okay. How do you view the relationship between the city and county administration and the commission? And what should the role of the city manager be in such a relationship?
Well, one really important part of the role of a city manager is to serve as a liaison between your elected officials and your neighboring organizations. I think it's huge. I mean, it's a key to have a good relationship with your county. I've been the county. I've also been the city. I've been the town. I understand the context, the perspectives from both sides of the equation. Absolutely critical to have, number one, a professional, a meaningful, a respectful relationship with my counterpart at the county level. That's number one. Number two is that I can facilitate and I can manage and I can support and encourage is, a good relationship between my elected body and the county's elected officials. Regional associations are a good way to keep the dialogue going. I've been part of those. I've presented. I've been, in charge of planning for, associations of different counties and different cities and towns that meet together and talk about common issues. I always feel a lot better after I go to those kind of meetings, because I think to myself, wow, I'm not alone. I'm dealing with a lot of the same issues that my counterparts are in neighboring counties and cities, and it kind of makes you feel good. It puts some winds in your sails, knowing that others, share we have a common bond of the challenges that we face. So that's a big deal for me. Now, politically, it's not always, there can be strife between cities, towns, and their counties. I think I read that Flagler Beach is in two counties, two different counties. I may be wrong. Forgive me.
There's a very small part that's in a different county.
Yeah.
The vast majority is in one county.
Yes, Flagler County, yeah. But that can create, other dynamics. But as long as there is a regional association, and I imagine there is there, where you get together, you talk about issues, you have a state association you're part of. I have professional associations, city managers associations that are in each state. We have here in Winslow or in Arizona, we have the Arizona City and County Managers Association. So, I can work with my county manager here in Navajo County on, a lot of different initiatives together, and we go to the same meetings. We talk together. We go together. We ride together to regional meetings because there's a feeling that we're all in this together at the administrative level. And if we're not, things are going to fall. The pandemic is no exception to the rule. If we don't work together, things aren't going to work out very well here. We're not going to be sustainable. So that's very, very important to me. The county, town, city relationship going forward is absolutely so many issues of mutual interest. And frankly, I'm not afraid to announce that we rely on our counties. We get a lot of funding coming through from our counties, and we appreciate that. And so reminding, your colleagues at the county level every so often that you appreciate what they do doesn't hurt either.
Okay. Commissioner Bellyever.
Ms. Backlund, how do you plan to maximize a relationship with various state agencies and state officials? And by what I believe is meant by state agencies would include, state transportation, environmental protection, fish and wildlife, that sort of thing.
Yeah, it's a 100-day thing. Coming in the door, the first thing to do is to get my bearings, to understand, where the city sits in the context of the federal and state agencies that serve Florida and serve the Flagler Beach area. I understand, being a coastal community, that there are environmental aspects, whether it's fish and wildlife, FEMA, otherwise, that really are of the biggest priority. So my initiative would be to navigate through that, understand where the regional base is for each of those state agencies, Department of Transportation and otherwise, that serve the city's interests, and to make sure I understand where the priorities are in terms of relationships with those state and federal level that really watch over and regulate issues that have to do with Flagler Beach. So getting my bearings is the most important thing. And frankly, if I had the privilege of serving Flagler Beach, I'd know all that stuff before I walked in the door there. Absolutely, you can count on that. To understand the different networks of federal and state regulatory agencies that have a lot to do with how the city operates.
Absolutely.
That would be my first initiative, is to really understand that network and then go forward from there with, again, personal relationships, phone calls, visits, meetings on the beach, looking at people, getting in front of them, making sure they understand that I'm serious about my job. It's the number one priority. I am a municipal manager, and I'm very serious about complying with state regulations, but also moving the city forward with the support network that you get from your various counterparts at the state and federal level.
Thank you.
Okay,
I'll pass you back to Chair Mealy.
we're gonna have to whiz through this, and you have addressed some of these things already. We only have about 4 minutes left. Looking at, let's see, your experience in these areas would be, first one is accounting, municipal accounting and budgeting. So like a 3-word answer would be great, because you already talked about budgets quite a bit.
Sure. I've done it from the ground up my whole career. I've not always had a finance director. I am the budget. I feel as though, you know, I can do it all if I need to. I don't now, but I can. I'm very versed in all of the technology that helps with budgets. I know accounting software very well. I know all the different brands of it that municipal governments use. Very well versed in that. I can also present a budget in a very clear and concise way to my leaders, my elected officials. You know, I'm always prepared, and you will always be prepared before you get to the counter at any budget meeting, because that's my job. That's what I take very seriously. So budgeting and finance, that was the major of my MPA program. And I understand the federal, state, and local context of budgeting. It would just take, again, about 100 days for me to get my bearings there in Flagler Beach to understand the local, you know, version of that context in terms of budgeting and finance.
Okay, the next one is utilities, water, wastewater, solid waste removal, and public works. Your
15
experience.
years, 15 years or so of my career have had to do with managing water and wastewater utilities, public works, streets and roads. Solid waste. As a town manager, city manager, you know, I'm very well versed in those enterprise fund aspects of your budget. I understand they need to be sustainable. I know how to present and facilitate rate adjustments. I've been in front of audiences, big and small, happy and not happy, and otherwise, in terms of managing the rates that make these enterprise funds sustainable. And so I would walk in the door there your budget there is, and your organization is set up very similar to mine here. So again, just a chance to get my bearings. 100-day process would be the biggest challenge for me, geographically, politically, and organizationally. But I've got the skill set coming in to really help the city of Flagler Beach move forward in that respect.
Okay, I'm gonna skip a couple of them because I think that you've already addressed them. Relationship with the municipal attorney. What's your feeling on that? Your experience in dealing with a municipal attorney?
It's been great. I love municipal attorney.
I like that smile.
Okay, that's a good answer.
That's a whole lot right.
Sometimes.
Your experience.
But I've managed contracts. I haven't had municipal attorneys on staff. In my experience, I've managed a contract with a private attorney or an attorney association that gives a recommendation, having an attorney serve by contract my municipality. I think that's great. I think that gives a little bit of independence and a little bit of a dichotomy there, but rather than having a city attorney in-house and having to deal with the political environment, so to speak. Again, that's just my experience, but I've always had good relationships with city attorneys and always tried to keep the costs as efficient as possible along the way.
Okay, how about grant funding?
Grant funding, millions of dollars, Maryland, Virginia, Arizona. I've already brought in over $10 million of new grants here. Amongst all the different departments that I run, our airport half of that is just our runway on our airport, to be honest with you. But I just got a CDBG grant. I've been community development block grant here to do a lighting program downtown. Over the course of 20 years or so of solid municipal management, I've done Main Street transportation enhancement grants. I've gotten grants for water and sewer utility, infrastructure improvements, expansions, retrofits, streets and roads, again, CDBG money for sidewalks. I just did a Renaissance 6 program here, streets, curbs and gutters and sidewalks throughout our downtown area. Got a grant to improve to repoint the standing on the corner statues and the mural there downtown. Gotten grants, through the CARES Act for our small businesses. I got $1.5 million in CARES money just for the city's coffers to supplant some of the revenue shortfalls that we just experienced over the last year. So I'm very well versed in environmental, utility, economic development, small business, and other grant programs at the federal and state levels. Again, it's just a chance to get my bearings there in Flagler Beach, and I will hit the ground running, I guarantee.
I'm sorry? Yeah, I know it is. So I'm gonna not ask the rest of the questions, and we're gonna have to bypass your summary statement as well, because we're past the time. So thank you for spending this time with us.
Thank you.
And we will be having a special meeting to discuss next steps. Okay?
Okay, wonderful. Thank you all for your time.
Thank
and
you.
effort.
Thank you,
Okay,
Joe.
thank you.
Bye now.
Okay, bye-bye. Okay, Liz, you want us on this chart to write, but we might be in agreement without even having to talk about anything, or I don't know. I know Ken has to leave. That Ken has to leave.
Just give me a call.
Okay, you gave her, Ken? This Ken?
I'm sorry?
You wrote down your.
Yes.
Okay.
She has it already.
Okay, I'm sorry, Ken, go ahead.
I guess the question is, you turn your mic back on, excuse me. Really, the question that is in front of you right now is are any of these four, do you feel like the chemistry is there that you could proceed forward into ranking the candidates?
I didn't.
Yeah, I feel comfortable ranking the candidates.
Right. Okay, so, and I just wanted to be sure of that question because sometimes, councils, commissions, after they go through the initials interviews saying, we're not real comfortable, but that's the reason I asked that question. Okay, the next thing is, we gave you kind of a sheet in front of you, has a listing of their names. And one of the ways that the number of the governing bodies that I've worked with is that they go through an initial ranking of the candidates with number one being the one that they believe is the number one candidate and they are the most comfortable with proceeding forward. Then 2, 3, and 4. And so that is one method. And so that's why that sheet is in front of you, is to give you that opportunity. The second, and then after you do that ranking, then we can see if there is a consensus among the commission or commission members. The second method that I've seen commissions use is that there's a discussion first before you rank. And that discussion goes and says, hey, this is where I think I am right now, and this is the individual I believe I am most comfortable with. And then y'all have that discussion, and then you rank the candidates. And what you may find in both situations that you are
probably pretty close together on your ranking. So those are the two primary methods that I have seen used. And with Ken already leaving, and he's already filled out his sheet and given it to the clerk, she could provide you with his input by saying, here's how he sees the candidates. My recommendation is that you rank and then announce how you feel, and then that discussion goes forward.
All right.
Question.
Go ahead.
Before we get into the next phase, do we need to close one meeting and start another, or?
What is the agenda for the second workshop?
Right.
I was gonna look and see. I had it here somewhere. What the wording on that second meeting is. I got it.
And while you're
Well, I
looking,
think if we could rank now and then in the second meeting, decide if we want to interview.
Well, it says discussion and possible action regarding selection of city manager candidates for second interview.
Right, so if we rank them now and then in the second meeting, decide if who we're gonna interview. We haven't discussed how many, or if we are going to. I don't really care.
Yeah, let's go on. We do it all in the other thing.
All right,
That way.
so
we can
motion to
explain our
adjourn.
ranking.
Would somebody please
Rick, you gotta
make a
second it.
motion to adjourn?
I'll make a
Rick,
motion
second
to
it.
adjourn.
second.
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All right.
You could use your center camera if you want. So that.
It doesn't matter, I can, I'm just asking.
Leave them up for now, and I'm just gonna continue to record because it's easier to keep it as one. And I'll upload it to YouTube, and I can edit the gaps in there hopefully. But he's got my camera set up different for this. And so that's why my stream, I believe, is not.
Okay.
Okay, so,
Rick, you were the motion and Eric, you were the second?
Yes.
okay, moving on to the special meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. It is still Wednesday, February 3rd, 2021. And we will be discussing possible action regarding the selection of city manager candidates for a second interview and whatever direction to staff is necessary. So now I don't know what I did with that.
I have some thoughts on that while you're getting.
Go
that.
ahead.
So he was talking about the order of things. I would just suggest that we rate first, turn it in like we would do just any other process that we do. And then once the ratings are turning, then have a discussion and decide how we want to move forward.
Yeah, that's what I assumed we were doing. Okay, so. Okay,
Liz, are you putting them all in one? What are you gonna do?
We're going from 1 to 4, 1 to 5 on this, right? Rating.
wonderful. Who
Where's
would
your
do
fifth
that?
one? Could do
Are
a
we
rating.
rating or are we putting them in order?
Okay. Just a moment. Okay, there are only 4 candidates. Okay, your number one choice is number 1, 2, 3, and 4. Okay, so when you're ranking is that how it is, and then what we're really looking at is whether there is a consensus right now of coalescing around 1 or 2 of your candidates and seeing kind of how diverse your opinion is at this point. And then we'll come back and have that discussion, and then you may need to re-rank, but you may find that you're very close together already. Okay, by the way, you need to sign your sheets. Please
Yeah,
sign your sheets.
Oh, I just wrote Jane, you want the whole.
Okay,
thing?
now. Okay, what you can do, okay,
Well,
okay,
when
let
you
me
say
just say this. Well, so you're giving them to the clerk and she can read them, but in some cases, it's just as easy for you to read, across your grouping too. So, but now we're giving it to the clerk and she can do it right now.
Well, I'm sure we all know what we gave the rating, so It's easy to
Okay,
rattle the numbers off if need be.
that's fine. Okay.
Can eat my cookies now. Didn't want to eat in front of.
Just saying, one more of these.
Is she playing favors for you, Linda? I guess we're not all in agreement because she'd be done by now.
Well, I had to make my little chart, so it makes sense to me. or else-
Okay.
We might do commission comments before public hearings on this one.
We might.
We have to wait till 6 for them anyway, right?
Yep.
Don't jinx it, though. What we say when there's no-
They always look like that at first. And then
Yeah,
it's-
shh.
200 public comments.
I'll put Mr. Whitson, well, almost all of you. 5 of you of the 6 have put Mr. Whitson as their number 1 choice. And Mr. Driscoll would be your 2nd choice. I think there's a little across. So it would be kind of like when we do our votings, the lowest number wins. So Mr. Whitson received 7, Lucas 23, Driscoll 12, and Barkley 18.
I'm sorry, could you do it again?
Check my math. I don't know where you see it. That makes sense?
Yes.
Yeah, Woodson had 7, so that would be number 1. Number 2 would be Driscoll with 12. And in 3rd place would be Barkley with 18. And in 4th place would be Lucas with 23.
So then the next question is, how many do we want to interview? Am I right?
That's correct. You wanna
I'm
bring
gonna
the next
suggest
group
2.
in For interview.
Or we suggest 2?
I
don't know
agree with
what
that.
Other people feel about that.
I'm in line with 2.
Repeat that, Jane.
How many people we're going to interview? I would suggest 2.
Okay.
And if other people have other feelings, I'm open to it.
Do you want me to call Ken as well?
Yeah, he's probably still in the car. I hope he's still in the car. That he hasn't gotten to the county
Let's
already.
have some nice cars.
I know he does.
I would be in line with 2 and also not eliminating anybody yet, because you never know how the other ones could end up, but you bring 2 in for the, we would call it, say, an initial second interview and then go from there.
Is this the one-on-one then?
The one-on-ones.
This be the public?
Hey, can you hear me? All right. I've got, so they did a total of all, and their first choice is Mr. Whitson. Second is Mr. Driscoll, third, Mr. Barkley, and then Mr. Lucas. And now they're deciding how many they want to interview. So that's where we're calling you at.
Okay, all right.
How many would you like to interview, Ken?
I would say 3.
Okay. So the top 3?
2 to 3, yeah, 2 to 3 top one.
All right. Thank you.
I'd hate to stop at 2 because I was somewhat impressed with our last candidate, Mr. Barkley. And
He put me to sleep.
okay.
It went on and on and on. I mean, just the fact that we didn't get through the whole interview because he talked so much. But if you want to interview him, how many would like to?
I'm not really opposed to 3.
Eric?
I'm still at 2.
All right, it's up to you, Jane.
Well, I want 2.
All right, well, that's it then.
It's
You too.
so 2. Okay, I was more impressed with John Barkley on paper than I was in person. So.
I mean, I'm okay with 2.
Are you can, okay, I don't want anybody upset.
That
Okay.
would be your top 2, Whitson and Driscoll.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, now how are we gonna do
Well,
this?
I was gonna say in the second part, and Ken, maybe you can help us with this. Is this where we do individual interviews and public interviews?
Yes,
Or-
this is, Mayor, this is the point where you would bring them into the community. Okay, and then they would have an opportunity to have a 1-hour, one-on-one discussion with each of you. And then a public interview session. And I would suggest that you ask different questions during that public interview session at the second time around. Because they pretty well exhausted your list, the 2 people that you're bringing back.
We ask the questions, or does the public ask the
Okay.
questions for the
Yeah,
public
that's-
interview?
Okay, well, in some communities, they have that public side of the questioning. Okay, those are then given to the commission or usually the mayor or the chair, and they act as the facilitators. They ask, so the public gives you the questions and you ask them in the public forum.
Okay,
Like the Women's Club.
yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
and so it's not the public is getting up here at the microphone and asking the questions. They submit their questions prior to the meeting,
Okay.
especially in this particular type of environment. In that, so it is a forum that is held, and you would be the host of that forum. So it's your job to help, to make sure that people are aware of the forum. They're aware that they can submit their questions. More than likely, you're going to be limited to the number of people that you can place in a room. So it's still up to you to be sure that, that questioning period is handled if you want to use, allow the public to ask those questions. So again, not all governing bodies use that process. Okay, the ones who don't use that process, and it's very difficult in this environment, is that they hold that community sort of meet and greet. And then, and the people then are free to have that, personal one-on-one exchange and interchange. And what I have found prior to the public interviewing session by the governing body, those people come back and talk to you. Okay, but that's a little bit difficult, in this particular environment today. Unless something happens over the next month or so, I think that's going to be more difficult. So you've really got two issues, you've got three options. First option is that you just go through, you have the one-on-one, and then you have the interview session. Second option is that you have the one-on-ones with each of the commissioners, then you have that community forum, and then you have the public interview session again with you. That would be also the meeting where you would, at the end of that, those 2-hour interview sessions, then you would go through ranking and then select the one you believe is the best fit for the city.
I'm a little lost as to why we need to interview them again after we've interviewed them. We've interviewed them today.
Mhm.
We will each interview them with whatever individual questions we have. So I don't get why we would have to interview them yet again.
As I remember, the way you explained it the last time, that we would have input as to what some of our concerns may be and give them a chance to organize enough to answer questions.
But wouldn't
related
that
to
happen when you're doing the individual?
Okay, see, but the issue there is that you cannot share what that particular individual candidate said to you in your individual meeting to your other members of the commission.
Oh,
That-
okay.
That's why that second public interview session is that, is that you're able to ask that question that maybe only you ask in that particular one-on-one that you want the rest of the commission to hear.
Okay.
That's the reason why I suggest that the second one, the questions are slightly different than they are in the first one that we've just gone through.
Well, wouldn't we just, after speaking with them one-on-one, if I had a concern about something, then I would just, and if there's more than one concern, obviously bring it up. But instead of having to come up with the whole thing of questions, each one of us would just say, this was my concern, and could you address this and that type. So,
submit our own questions.
yeah, so there would, that you may not have any concerns. You may say, I picked this one because blah, 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 but it wouldn't have to be us coming up with all these
No.
questions.
No,
No.
that's
The
that's
ones-
where I'm getting.
Okay, so it would just be any concerns that you would want them to share with the other commissioners on your one-on-ones. And on the one-on-ones, could we just do those over the phone?
You can. Okay, or, but sometimes the phone doesn't give you that really feeling of the chemistry. And so, and since there's only two, you can probably set those up where both of you are in safe distances and things of that sort.
Yeah, but we'd have to, one's coming from where, Texas or?
So, no, Whitson is coming from Atlanta.
Oh, he's in-
like he was.
Yeah, he is working with in his consulting business, he's working with a city in Texas, a county in
Oh,
Texas.
but he is in.
But he
Oh,
lives in
that
Atlanta.
Town I never heard
Could
of.
we do a Zoom one-on-one with them?
That's what
We
I
set up-
meant.
You can do that? Okay. But, at some point you need to get them on the ground.
But unfortunately, we're dealing with COVID right now. In a perfect world,
Understand.
we'd have them down here for a week. But I'm just trying to figure out how we get the people here and sitting one-on-one with them. They're probably only going to be here for a few days. They want to see the city. They want to meet with staff. They want to meet with the public. I was just thinking if there was anything we could do ahead of time on our own time to meet with them for the one-on-ones.
Yeah, I'd
So it
rather
wasn't
do it.
taking away time from when they do come here. Because I understand they need to come to town. We need to see them face to face at some point, but I would think a one-on-one interview you could do through Zoom.
Comment.
And
Like
and
I-
we can do that very easily.
All right, so comment, let me just give you my thoughts, kind of curveball it a little bit here. What if the second interview is a panel style interview with us and the public? So that would be our applicant right there at the podium. And the public submits their questions. And this would be to both candidates. And then we ask questions for the second round. And both candidates go through that panel interview process. It's all done in one fell swoop. And then after that, we can, have the final meeting on a decision. It eliminates a step of the one-on-one. I don't know if there's anything to be gained from the one-on-one that we wouldn't already gain from a panel interview. And it puts the applicant in front of the public and us all in one shot. And they can both get asked the same questions. Obviously, it would be at two different times. So public submits questions, they get asked to the first candidate, we ask the first candidate that, then we move on to the second candidate. Something like that.
I'd want to do a one-on-one.
Yeah,
There are things in
I
reading.
think that's critical. That There's
Yeah, and
questions
reading
we
through
each
their-
gonna have.
Yeah, reading through their applications, I already made some notes on things I want to talk about. So I want to do I hope everybody is good with that.
No, I'd like to do both as well, but it doesn't make a difference to me whether it's panel or.
Well, I'd like to do the one-on-ones on Zoom. I know it's better to meet in person. I still remember sitting at that desk with people on one side, me on, whoever we were interviewing, and on the other side. But we can't do that right now. Plus, Drew lives down the road, so that's no big deal. But even if the guy only does live in Atlanta, that's still at least overnights. And I don't even know if he'd want to stay in a hotel overnight. I know I wouldn't.
Third option.
Yeah, you got out the first and second. I never heard the third.
And then they moved on. So I thought maybe they said they didn't want to hear a third option, so that's why I stopped.
That's a good thing you didn't hear it. All right, so I think we're in agreement. We're gonna do one-on-ones via Zoom.
To be scheduled by
To-
staff, I assume.
Well, yeah, I think we need to guide staff as to when we're available to do that.
Okay.
And then that would be followed by a meeting. I know it's not fair to have one person here in person and the other not. Can we have them here both on Zoom with the public here? To ask, well, the public's gonna give us the question.
That's correct.
So the
And
public
they-
doesn't have to be here if they don't want to be.
That's correct. And those questions then would be asked during the formal interview process. They'd be like me standing here in front of you, and the other one would be, we would sequester that individual. And then at the end of the 1 hour period, then we bring the second individual in, and then y'all would go through that questioning with them. I would not ever recommend they both be in the room at the
Oh,
same
no,
time.
no, no. let's not.
That's how we did it last
Yeah.
time. Why would that be so different than a regular meeting that we have? I mean, I remember vividly Larry sitting in that chair and being questioned, sitting in the city manager's seat. And I was out there in the audience.
Essentially, that's exactly what you're saying you're going to do.
Except you said that they should submit the questions to us ahead of time.
Well, I guess the question that you get into is in the normal process. We're talking about the COVID period. It's slightly different than you would even do it during a period where you all could gather and everything else. So It was trying to make sure that the public had an opportunity well in advance to get you the questions. Now, if you want it to be, because there's some people that may not be comfortable by coming to a meeting. They may be perfectly happy to watch it, but they want to give you the questions to ask. Now,
Plus, we're.
but that's up to you procedurally.
We're considering adding some of our own questions.
Yeah. So the public could come if they wanted to, but we
Just
don't
like a
wanna-
regular
right,
meeting.
we just
It
don't
would
wanna
be a
jam it.
regular advertised meeting.
Or people that don't feel comfortable could submit their questions ahead of time and we
Right.
can, and then watch it. Perfect.
Okay, so when do we want to have the one-on-ones?
Hey, Penny,
Yes, sir.
Penny, I have to go in and get my shot.
Go get shot.
Good for you. All right, bye-bye.
Okay, you can call me back in about 15 minutes.
Perfect. Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Regards to your one-on-ones, if you want me to set it up on Zoom, I just need, the day before to know. I guess Liz would have to contact the two candidates to see their availability. In regards for the public meeting, I need 72 hours
Mhm.
to post the agenda to meet your charter requirements.
How's Tuesday, the 9th?
Okay, and just for my clarification, the panel interview they will be here, correct?
We'll be here, and I'd still prefer to have the two on
On
Zoom.
Zoom?
It's
I-
not easy to stream and it's not, Jane, it's not working well at all
No,
on providing it. Well, let's put it this way. If the streets came in again, I wouldn't have a TV out there for them to watch that. So,
Okay, let me say from an applicant standpoint, they would want to be here.
Yeah, I agree.
Because after that point, you're going to be potentially getting to the point of saying to them, you're the one, I want to negotiate a contract with them. So you physically would want them here in the room.
Didn't you also suggest that they come and meet different staff, city personnel as well?
Every one of these individuals has had an opportunity to talk with your staff personally already.
Mhm.
So, and I think the top two that you have ranked number 1 and 2, as I recall, they have talked to your staff extensively. Only one of the individuals in this final group did not want to talk to your department heads. All the other 3 did. And the top 2 have spoken with them, but they may want to have more conversation with your department heads, prior to the public interview session, and we could avail that to them. It's easy for Drew to come up and do it, and William probably would want to come in a day early just to do it.
so you're saying next week's too early?
Well, we have to do our one-on-ones with them.
Well, okay,
what she's-
I'm looking to do the one-on-ones. That's where I was looking at my calendar, was
Yeah, I can do the one-on-ones next week.
Tuesday.
Well, doesn't Liz need to reach out to them and find out
Yeah,
when they're
but we have to
available?
give her some suggestions,
But
right? Tuesday?
okay, I'm sorry, I missed this.
Oh. I'm suggesting Tuesday for the one-on-ones.
Okay.
Anytime
No.
The
up
ninth?
until 4:00. I don't
Yeah,
have a
right, I
pension
don't
board
either.
meeting.
That's why I took Tuesday.
Okay.
Anybody?
I can't during the day. I can do it. Are these well, these are just one-on-ones. They can be done anytime.
I mean, you just,
We don't need to schedule our one-on-ones now.
no, well, Liz needs to know a general thing to ask them about their calendar to see if they're
Mhm.
available.
Right.
Evening.
I'm sure some of them could do it after hours. I wouldn't see why not.
Mhm.
you know, to accommodate them, especially if you're gonna be their future boss.
Right.
So I would imagine all of them will make calendar adjustments. Okay, what I would suggest is you start at the very end. What day do you want to hold the public interview session? Because then we could tell them that is a firm date. And I'm talking about the panel.
So what are we talking, a minimum of 2 weeks out?
If you want to do,
Like that,
yes,
2 weeks
because
out?
next week would then be the time that you could do beginning, if depending upon a bunch of the other factors, because we would have to, the staff is going to have to put together 12 interview sessions. So they got to work with your calendar and the applicant's calendar.
And also leaving enough time, if you're asking from input from the community with those questions, we have to advertise that and give enough time to get questions. You can do that on the website, and Matt, I'm sure you can push something out on the Facebook that would, that's where you're gonna get the most action from it anyway.
Yeah, I was recommending, that's what I was talking to Liz about, would be put a public service announcement out from Mr. McFadden's office.
And I would give them a deadline to submit as
Yes,
well.
and the other thing I would recommend is
We're gonna be chasing our tails.
the questions have to be submitted in writing and they have to submit their name and address. So we know that it's a Flagler Beach resident that's actually submitting the question as opposed to someone that lives Palm Coast or the county or Bunnell.
Yeah, the week of the 15th is probably a doable period.
I can't, I can't do that date, I'm sorry. No, just, blah, 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 blah. I knew everybody was gonna say that. I can do the 15th, 17th, or 19th.
The 15th staff, that's the day staff is meeting, George from the county.
Oh,
So I can do Wednesday or
So that
Friday.
sounded good.
About the 17th.
17th is good.
There's a EDTF meeting in here at 4, but I mean, we can push them out always, you know, you take priority over them. 6 o'clock.
That works?
Yeah, I can do 6 on that Wednesday, thank you.
So they can meet till
17th at
5:30.
6 p.m.
Yep.
So on the, what,
All
the
right, so-
17th?
Wednesday.
Wednesday, the 17th.
Okay.
Yeah, and just to piggyback on what Matt was saying, you know, obviously, we're gonna have to scrub the questions for, you know, validity too. You know, if we get somebody that submits a question like, you know, what is your thoughts on our current parking situation? They're not gonna know that. It's a question if anything, it favors one candidate over another, if somebody who's local. We just need to make sure that the questions are, you know, fair for both candidates and they make sense to ask.
I'd recommend, go ahead.
Did you want to have it in the same fashion, a workshop for your interview, followed immediately by a special for your decision?
Yeah, I think at that point we should be ready. I would
Yes,
think.
I would hope so.
And the public will be
Like to
allowed
be
to
done.
come to the meeting. It's
Yes.
just They can submit it ahead
Yes.
of time if they don't want to come to the meeting.
I would recommend cutting off the questions by the 12th. And then the other question for the commission is, do you want the candidates to have the questions in advance or not?
No. We didn't want them to have these questions ahead of time.
Now, when you're saying going through the questions to take out ones that,
Well, you know, like there's things that the candidates won't be able to speak to.
no, I understand that, but who, do you want to have another meeting to decide that, or do you want staff to decide
I
that?
think that's a slippery slope.
I do too.
Giving them questions. If they can't answer it, they can't answer it, you know, I mean, I'll look into that and get back to you.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, and just depending what the question is, I mean, they can do the research or, like I said, either they'll know or not know, but if we get the same question over and over and over, yeah, we only have to ask it one time, but I don't feel comfortable censoring what people ask. Personally.
Unless, is there something you could put, I know that your public service announcements are very brief and colorful and happy.
As opposed to be lengthy and dreary.
Could you put something in there to guide people to ask general management questions? Not
Sure,
like,
I
how
can
many
come up-
parking spaces should we have?
Right.
Some,
I can come up with some generalities.
okay. So that would help somewhat, but I agree, it's, yeah. All right, so we're meeting with the group interview again, and the public interview on the 17th at 6 o'clock, to be followed by hopefully decision time.
And I will inform the top two candidates that, that if they want to arrive on a Tuesday, then they will have an opportunity. If they want to meet personally with department heads, they will have that opportunity. That gives them that choice of what they want to do, and then they can, then we'll coordinate those things back to Liz and then work that schedule out. But we'll also let them know that, that she will be in touch with them about their schedule and trying to work out your schedule and their schedule together for the one-on-one type of time together.
Say that last part again, I'm sorry, Ken,
Okay.
about the one-on-ones.
The one-on-one, you know, you said you wanted to have that conversation, is that's what I understood. One-on-one with them.
Yes, I do.
Okay, Liz will work with your calendars and their calendar to schedule your one-on-ones with each individual candidate.
Oh, okay, so they don't, you're saying they don't have to all be on the same day?
They're not.
No, because, you know, y'all each got work calendars and things to do too. And so, well, let's put it this way, there's some on the commission who do. And that way we can try to work out the details.
And just, once Liz gets all those dates and times for everyone, she's gonna let me know, because I'm the one that has the subscription for the Zoom he pays for, so I'll be the host. I'm not gonna sit and monitor. I mean, I'll peek back every now and then to see if you guys are still going. I can do this from home in case you set it up at night. It's not an issue. My question is, should they all allot the same amount of time? Because I always have, I do have to set that parameter.
Yes.
Okay, now that leads me to a question. Do we have to do it from here?
No, you can do it from home.
All right, if I have my own Zoom,
A computer, I'll email you that link and you will click on it like you did before we were having meetings.
okay, those are not public record, those discussions, correct?
They are not a meeting of all of you together. It is individual one-on-one.
So I can use my own Zoom account if I want to? No?
It's still public record.
Oh, it is.
It's just
Okay,
You're
okay.
not violating the sunshine law.
Correct. So she didn't have to
Okay,
record.
that's what I guess what I was asking. Okay.
Great. So those details we'll work out with them and you and make it so they, usually what I do is tell the candidates, okay, give me your times. And then we ask the governing body to give me your times that you're available. And then we work out the calendar. Because it may be, some of you may be more convenient to do it in the evening than it is during the daytime, where others of you, it may be more convenient to do it during the daytime.
I can do it from home so that it's
Yep.
not an issue to be here.
That's right.
however, I just need to know
When?
the times and how long. So they need to
Okay.
decide how long you want to be.
I would suggest that you limit it to 1 hour.
I would think that would be enough.
Yeah, max.
Yeah. And if you finished early, that's fine.
So, and then what about in the room? How many people can actually be present in this room for the
In this
panel,
room,
for the panel interview?
well, I think the fire marshal thing is 72 or 78 people. I do have the number of chairs reduced.
Okay.
If we're not on Zoom, I should be able to do the YouTube outside and have the stream going. It's the different camera configuration and my iMic and everything is actually projecting to that TV right now. Where usually it would be going over here and I'd be live streaming it out. It's just
Okay.
been rerouted, so.
I mean, maybe I'm wrong, but I would think it would be well attended, like today is.
Okay, anything else you need from us, Ken?
This has been unusual And so you're the first one I've done in this fashion. So please understand, I'm learning just like y'all are on how to do a meeting like this with candidates in a Zoom format. So this is the first one I've done this.
Flag Beach is always different about everything.
Even the one I was helping over at Lake Helen, everything was done in just almost the traditional method. Okay, thank you.
Okay, well, thank you. You need anything
All
from
right, so
us?
Liz, you'll be in contact with us? with
Yes,
your-
I will contact the candidates first, kind of get an idea of their schedules,
right.
and then just be prepared. I'll be, just give me some times or.
I'm good for
kind
the
of-
early days of that same week, so if you can kind of.
I guess my last question,
Yes.
I'll leave you alone, is on your special meeting agenda following your second in-person interview. Do you want that to be a specific on there? Do you want me to put a decision regarding, or do you want me to leave it vague and open to in case you
How
have
can you word it so that we still would be able to?
discussion and possible action?
Okay,
Yeah, I'm
so
sure-
then I would say
I'm
we
sure-
should be ready by then.
I'm sure Drew number one would concur.
Drew number one.
We're gonna have to do something about that if it goes that way.
Drew you instead of Drew.
Well, that's what I
W.
told him yesterday. I says, "Drew with a U," and he says, "Yeah."
Anything else?
Penny,
Oh, me?
No?
Second.
motion to adjourn.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Productive day.
I have one quick question for the commission.
We're adjourned, sorry.
I know, that's what I waited for.
Somebody second that.
I'm hoping I can do this, but at our previous meeting, we had made the decision that we wanted Mr. Barnhill to come back before the commission and the par board. I talked to they're all saying, you don't need to go before the commission. I said, look, I'm going. Just want to make sure that we're standing on that.
Is what they're building within the parameters of what we gave them legally? If the answer is no, then they have to.
That's the direction we got from Drew too, or the opinion we got from Drew.